Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Thursday meeting of Partners in Flight Western Working Group. For those of you that might be new to the meeting today, in person or online, I'm Edwin Juarez. I'm with the Arizona Game and Fish Department, and I'm a past chair of the Partners in Flight Western Working Group. Jen Davis, who is our current chair, not able to be here this morning, and she sends her regrets. She was here yesterday. So today we have a full agenda, really exciting agenda for this session. It's our agenda, Conservation Without Borders. It's basically, we would like this to be an open forum to share knowledge and promote multinational collaborative efforts for multi-species ecosystem conservation. You know, some of these themes we discussed yesterday when we were having another conversation regarding conservation delivery specialists, and also when we were discussing the MODIS network and how we may support or what might be the needs of partners in Mexico and Central America and beyond regarding the MODIS network. So we're kind of expanding on those themes today, and we have 3 different mini sessions for the day. We have if you have your agenda there, it's opportunities for conservation and collaboration across flyways. Also an open discussion, another conversation about conservation tools and the different tools that are used across the network, and talk about examples. And we'll jump into more specifics. I'm just giving you a quick rundown of the agenda for today. Then we're going to have an open panel discussion with new partners from the region. And we'll have a wrap-up session at the end talking about potential funding mechanisms for all this potential new opportunities and ways to address conservation needs through potential funding. And so here we, if you can see on the screen, where we have a goal defined, and there's 4 objectives for this session. We want to share experiences and collaborative approaches from partners delivering multi-species conservation across the region. We also want to identify ways to strengthen and increase those collaborations in the Partners in Flight network to benefit migratory and resident species across the region, and also obviously the ecosystems. And we also want to recognize that all efforts and approaches and strategies, you know, anywhere within the hemisphere, make an important contribution to conservation for both migratory and resident species, and also for human well-being. And another key objective of the session today is that we want to learn about how projects have been funded in the past, and how the PIF network could be used to leverage new funding opportunities, or at least provide a forum to create potential new collaborations where partners can engage in conservation. We also have Partners in Flight Western Working Group has put together a quick reference guide regarding what is Partners in Flight Western Working Group. And if you would visit our website, if somebody could drop the link on the chat, there's a Spanish and English document. It's 2 or 3 pages, and I invite all of us to take a quick read of that document. It gives a really good overview, I think, of the Partners in Flight Western Working Group, the types of projects that we work on, and what does it mean to be part of the Partners in Flight network. You know, sometimes that's a question that sometimes comes up. You know, am I part of Partners in Flight, or what does that mean? And so I would encourage folks to take a look at that document. It was translated. It was developed as part of the PIF executive committee, and also work from the National Partners in Flight coordinator, Becky. I forget her last name. Yes, Becky Harrison. And so it was translated with support from Klamath Bird Observatory. Anyway, so we'll jump into our first session, and Claudia Macias from Bonaventura Sur will be doing a brief introduction on that session, and also moderating those presentations. So, Claudia, adelante.
Gracias. Voy a
Thank
hablar
you.
en español.
I'll be speaking Spanish.
Un poquito de tiempo para hacer el cambio.
I'll give you a moment to catch up.
Después de tanta planeación.
Thank you very much. Well, this is very exciting after so much planning to be able to go through the agenda and meet. I hope that you will be as interested as we are in the entire agenda we've prepared for today. In this first section, which was already mentioned, there we're going to have 4 brief presentations from colleagues who are partners of Partners in Flight, who are going to share how they became partners of PIF. We're going to try and show how the various opportunities arose. In some cases, it was perhaps because of a field visit or because of a meeting of Partners in Flight or another kind of meeting, some because of a project in which they cooperated or because they were referred by third parties. What we want to do in these 4 presentations is share how these partners met PIF and how they became members. I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker, Sarai Contreras of the University of Guadalajara. Sarai, please go ahead. Thank you so much, Claudia, and thanks to all of you for being here today. I'm going to present my experience, and I'd like you to allow me to give me the privilege of putting up my presentation, of sharing my screen.
Sarah, you should be able to share your screen.
Yes, I can see it. Thank you. All right, here it is. You can tell me if you can see it.
We can see it.
Perfect. It's perfect. Good. Thank you very much. As Claudia was saying, we're very happy to be able to be with you and to share our experiences with you, to let you know how it's been for us with Partners in Flight. And this is a talk about opportunities for conservation and collaboration across flyways, birds which are in flyways. And when I was preparing this presentation, I thought about what my opportunities had been, and I wanted to present them this way. The opportunities I've had were conferences and workshops. Another was a privilege of being able to participate in training courses, either for me to be trained or to train others. Yet another is participation in conservation plans for birds, which we share, and to have or to set up collaboration networks. Another opportunity I see has to do with scholarships and grants, how to get financing, and of course, resources and tools, which I'll also talk about. On this side, I'd like to focus on this part down here. Let me see if I can show it to you with a red pointer. And as you can see, Partners in Flight in 1990 gave me the opportunity of my director, who at the time was an advisor, Dr. Eduardo Santana, sent me to join this group that was calling for Latin American participation in Partners in Flight. And I think that was a milestone for me. And since then, I have been working with the monitoring tools I learned for bird conservation. And they gave me those guidelines for standardization. After all of these years, with the passage of time, I've had the opportunity to organize, together with all of the organizations you can see up here, workshops that invite the Latin American community, the English-speaking community, to organize and conserve birds even better. This is, of course, very important, interesting. And going back to Partners in Flight, it has various committees, the Eastern, the Western, the Central, the international one, but there are sections that we can select and start working with, such as the Western Working Group, which holds 2 conferences twice, both in spring and in summer of every year. So this dynamic of participation has made it possible for me to join the Western Hummingbird Partnership and be a trainer in this network. This is something very recent. Participating in this kind of meeting, such as the one we see here, which are the R2R or Road to Recovery meetings, where we join researchers from Cornell, from NAPSI, and from many institutions in order to see or study more closely the causes for species decline. That's one aspect. Another is the capacity that we have to provide courses. My professor at the time, Dr. Eduardo Santana, reached agreements with Point Blue Conservation Science and Bird Conservancy of the Rockies for the first courses in Latin America on monitoring techniques and standardizing the techniques in order to study land birds. After that, with Klamath Bird Observatory, we also had the ability to be certified through Klamath. From the University of Guadalajara, we sent students, and as you can see on the map, we have been able to develop or already have students who are able to develop and become trainers for others who wish to study, other biologists or land managers. The third participation has to do with conservation plans. This seems very interesting to me. And going back to the legacy left to me by Dr. Eduardo Santana, he, together with Humberto Berlanga, directed the Saving Our Shared Birds efforts. This is a trinational strategy. We can see many of the species nesting in Western Canada and the US also come to the western part and the volcanic areas of Mexico. So this is a commitment for us to share what we're doing in our locations. To that end, we have developed guidelines, and I recommend that you go and look at them on the Partners in Flight page. These show how we can share in a healthy fashion for our partners. The interest of this is that sometimes we think that we are at a comparative disadvantage, but that is not always the case. These guidelines for participation are very interesting so that we can cooperate on all levels. And these guidelines have also made it possible for me to participate in the integrated conservation strategy for temperate habitats in North America and Central America. For now, we have these 2 products. We're trying to study the threats to hummingbirds, which is where I focused more. And here you can see that all of the partners who are on this Partners in Flight platform make it possible for me to cooperate with them. through the platform. Another very interesting aspect for me is that we should not lose our local focus. The local focus from the University of Guadalajara has these objectives, the one in the blue triangle. These objectives have been developed throughout the years. Since I started walking. No, that's an exaggeration. Since I was a very young student, and these objectives match perfectly and ensure perfect cooperation with the Western Hummingbird Partnership, which has the same objectives. And this way, we become stronger. I don't lose the local focus, but I also have the greater focus. And this makes it possible for us to have access to more financing for my university to say, yes, well, you're working with other researchers, so let's support you. It's a double interaction with support from the international level, which gives me greater local credibility, and vice versa. These are some of the institutions on the side which have financed me recently in the past 8 or 10 years, with whom, or rather with which I have been working. This is my experience then, and I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Sarai. Thank you very much for keeping track of the time. Now I would like to give the floor to our colleague, Luis Morales from San Pancho Bird Observatory, and he will share with us his experience. He'll be talking about how he got involved with beef. Are you there, Luis? Yes. Thank you very much. I'm going to share my presentation. Do I already have permission to and the access to the controls to share my presentation? Can you see my presentation? No, we can't see it yet, but you should have the ability to share your presentation. I would like to let everybody know that if you have any questions or comments, you can put them in the chat. Also, after the presentations, we will be able to ask questions and share comments. We can see your screen now, Luis. Thank you. I'm going to begin. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present with you today. I'll be talking about our San Pancho Bird Observatory strategy today. And I'll also be discussing the results that we've had during the past decade of collaborations, specifically as part of the PIF WWG. I'll also address some of the challenges and future steps. We were working with environmental education since 2007 through the San Pancho Birding Club. We've also been working with birdwatching tourism opportunities. We collaborated with real estate organizations and development. Before we got involved, or before I got involved with Partners in Flight, I was very interested in not only promoting birdwatching tourism, but also addressing challenges related to bird conservation through the observatory. And then it was in 2011 that I had the opportunity to participate in the first Western Working Group meeting in Mazatlan. At that time, I decided to commit fully to bird conservation. And that is also how I had the idea of creating the San Pancho Bird Observatory. In 2012, I participated in an internship through KBO and the Clama Observatory. And I was learning about bird banding at that time. In Ashland, Oregon, I also had the opportunity to participate in the NAOC conference in Vancouver. During that time, I learned about Dr. Christina Brichot's work in Canada. And that was when we thought of this tri-national alliance between ECC, KBO, and SPBO. Then in 2013, I participated in the PIF 5 Snowbird Utah meeting, where we used the open conservation standards to design the SPBO strategy. In the next slide, I'll go into more detail regarding our strategy. And then in 2014, we formalized the observatory as a not-for-profit organization. Now on the slide, you can see a more detailed description of our strategy. Sorry, Luis, to interrupt. If you click on present slides, we'll be able to see it more clearly. Here on the slide, you can see our strategy. It has 4 pillars: education, sustainable community development, scientific monitoring and research, and site conservation. Then there's also long-term alliances and multi-sectorial strategic alliances. I'll now describe some of the projects that we worked on to implement this strategy in recent years. During the last decade, we worked with private landowners to develop the first ornithological inventory. In 2014, we also received a grant from the International Rotary Foundation to implement 7 local community centers and Rotary clubs. In recent years, we also celebrated the International Migratory Bird Day with support from Environment for the Americas. We also did some finance, funding, and we worked in some projects of the Western Hummingbird Partnership. This was a study that focused on hummingbird elevational gradient. During 2016 and to 2019, we worked on education programs. And in 2016, we also participated in a meeting that took place in Guadalajara for PIF. Dr. Sarai was leading that meeting, and we learned about the work that's being undertaken at Guadalajara University by Dr. Sarai. Ecoban has been a strategic partner for us. I had also mentioned Hectarea Bilens project with support from Dr. Sarai and Ecoban. We carried out several studies, for example, a study with the American Conservancy. And then in 2018 to 2019, we started to offer training. We trained 15 local guides through the Punta de Mita Foundation. We also started to offer training opportunities through the Western Hummingbird Partnership and the Guadalajara University to monitor hummingbirds. With the support of Environment Canada, which has also been a strategic partnership, we started to develop bird conservation plans for private landowners. In 2019, with support from Bird Conservancy from the Rockies, we did a fundraising trip. In 2018, we partnered with a local association, which is called Mountain Bay Alliance or Alianza Montaña Bahía, which promotes tourism as a form of climate change adaptation in the Nayarit region. We also started participating in Christmas bird counts events. And in 2019, we partnered with a program on urban birds, which has helped us to strengthen our strategy. These alliances helped us to implement a project on estuary restoration as a form of climate change adaptation for the tourism industry. We have also been working on monitoring migratory birds in collaboration with Environment Canada, Guadalajara University, Ecocaban. And those are some of the initiatives that we have undertaken. Here you can see some of the collaborations that we have undertaken as well. Some of our partners, it doesn't represent all of our partners. I used to feel quite isolated, but I don't anymore. I feel like I am in great company. Now I'd like to speak about some of the challenges that we're facing. We're currently evaluating our achievements, and we are restructuring our organization to become a foundation. Our aim is to maximize the efficiency of our strategy and to be self-sufficient. We would like to develop technology such as the MODA system. We would also like to continue promoting projects that we worked with in the past, such as education, training, estuary, conservation, and monitoring. And we would like to continue sharing these success stories with others. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luis. It's been very interesting to listen to your presentation. Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to Wendy Easton from Environment and Climate Change Canada. Wendy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Perfectamente. Perfect.
Okay, we're just working on sharing the screen. And please let me know, Claudia, if you can see it. Oh, not yet. Also, I am going to take hopefully a few more minutes than my 10 minutes. I am adding a little bit more to my talk about funding, and I will not be talking this afternoon to give us a bit more time in the afternoon.
Okay,
But
that's
I promise
perfect.
not to make you mad at me, Claudia.
No, that's perfect. We are 8 minutes ahead, so
I noticed.
no, we have 10 minutes in 10 more minutes to use. So go ahead.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. I hope that I can share with you how Partners in Flight helped me build collaborations and give you a little bit of my story here. Hopefully, I can convince you to start your own journey with Partners in Flight and show you how with small steps you can grow, and also to encourage you to reach out and to tell people what you need. So Partners in Flight, for me, combines a passion for birds, conservation, and communities with purpose and a path forward using birds and using the power of people. And so in 1998, please don't do the math. I started my journey with Canadian Wildlife Service after I was a graduate student. I was tasked with monitoring the status and trends of songbirds in British Columbia. And you can see here that British Columbia is the size of 3 Nevadas or 2 Californias. And also a fun fact, there's more people, as you can see this map of Canada and California in the middle of it. There's more people in California than all of Canada. So I knew, and also I started with a budget of negative $10,000 Canadian. So I knew I needed help. And I was lucky enough to attend also my first Partners in Flight Western Working Group meeting in Vancouver, 1998. So further at that meeting, I had a very nice, inspirational gentleman, Dr. David Pashley, who was willing to give me $10,000 Canadian, or sorry, US, which was a lot, to start a Partners in Flight program in British Columbia. I also had a very inspirational mentor, Dr. Bob Elner, who believed in trinational and international partnerships for birds. So with that $10,000 from the American Bird Conservancy, I leveraged it and hired our very first Partners in Flight coordinator. I also still didn't have very much money, so I gave my time and I started working across borders, helping build technical tools to help guide science, recovery, and conservation of birds strategically. So as Sarah E. has told you, there are tools on the website. We started doing things like using our declining species to show how we wanted the habitat to be structured. You can see that in the center of the diagram. This was all done locally. Then we started working across borders, and in 2010 built the Saving Our Shared Birds, where we overlapped birds that were declining in North Canada and the United States with endemic birds of concern in Mexico. And we're now just building some more hemispheric maps similarly. So from there, we also then started working with partners to try and figure out about migratory bottlenecks and stopovers. And I did this with Dr. Bailey of Selva. And from there, I started to be able to, I garnered more money. I don't have enough time to go through all the steps, but obviously a lot of time has passed through there, building my partnerships. And we were able to start 3 projects in 3 strategic areas for Canada, in South America, Northern Argentina, through the flyways in Central America and Western Mexico. Sorry, and I just want to also say that through this funding, it wasn't only birds. We used birds to strategically choose where and what we were going to do on the ground in conservation, but we also weaved in components of biodiversity, the importance of community, social justice, ecosystem integrity, and connectivity. And so using this little bit of money, we managed to explode our conservation impact. And we really tried to build resilient communities locally. So help Canada in increasing our migratory birds, as well as helping local communities. And you can see here our wide range of partners, and 2 of them have already spoke, Luis and Sarah E. So the first project, I'm going to show you that there were common themes that we used. The first project was with Dr. Christina Cockle in Northern Argentina. We used Partners in Flight target bird species. In this project, it was common nighthawk, our aerial insectivores like barn swallows, cliffs, bank swallows. We also threw in some shorebirds like greater yellowlegs, upland sandpipers. At this site in Northern Argentina, We also looked at the endemic birds, their amphibians, their mammals. We used birds to indicate what kind of threats on the landscape we wanted to try and if counter and restore, and which habitats we were focused on: grasslands, flooded grasslands, and gallery forests in Argentina. The threats that we focused on here, and you'll see this, they're common throughout these projects, are invasive species and contaminants. So we did things like clearing invasive pines, building local nurseries, engaging school children in education programs, as well as doing science. And that was working on common nighthawks and having a tagging project to look at connectivity, as well as many other things that I don't have enough time to go through. We kind of followed the similar themes in Western Mexico when we had a project here with Sarah E. and Luis and colleagues in Klamath Bird Observatory, targeting conservation of Mesoamerica's Western wintering spaces for Canada's at-risk and steeply declining birds. Again, we use target bird species from Partners in Flight, like yellow-breasted chat and the rufous hummingbird that you'll see. But we also weaved in the local endemic birds like military macaws and many more. We don't have any macaws in Canada. We again looked at some of these common threats, such as illegal trade, urbanization, forestry, and agriculture. And we focus on priority habitats, both for the Canadian neotropical migrant birds, but also for the Mexican species, tropical dry deciduous, pine oak mangroves. While we were using birds, we also tried to engage in projects with our partners that help build Latin American capacity for research, conservation, and ecotourism. And, you know, Luis and Sarah E. are dynamos, and they have trained many, many professionals. We've managed to fund interns both at Klamath, but also locally in Mexico. Habitat technicians doing banding training workshops and other types of citizen projects. As my colleagues have shown you, we were able to engage research and monitoring, banding workshops, the fire ecology, more specific hummingbird projects, and we incorporated biodiversity. The important thing, both from a Canadian perspective, I think, and from a local perspective, is supporting engaged and healthy communities, because these are what drive healthy ecosystems. And so again, our Mexican colleagues are absolute dynamos and have engaged a whole bunch of school children, made fantastic education programs, worked with Indigenous communities, education for illegal pet trade. Yeah, there's so much more. Again, they worked on education incorporating bird and ecotourism and with marine mammals. And again, here's Sarah's crew of silviculturalists, sorry, getting dry. And we helped support ecotourism guides. And the whole idea here is using birds to create local sustainable economies. And again, provide resilient communities. And again, it wasn't just birds. We were looking at biodiversity. So addressing deforestation and cattle grazing, trail building, discovery of and Luis can talk about this later more, but the Capoma tree, the Mayan nut tree in old growth forests, that is a significant resource for poverty reduction, producing tons, 10 to 20 tons of fruit per year. Again, it allowed local conservation management plans to be integrated with what we wanted to do internationally. And finally, one more project. Again, this is through Central America and in Colombia. We had a long-term project conserving and restoring habitat for declining land birds in the Andes and throughout the Neotropical Flyway. Again, we were looking at target species of Canada warbler, black-poll warbler, olive-sided flycatcher, yellow-billed curlew, and many other endemics. We looked at threats such as agriculture and forestry. And we had, again, we focus on priority habitats such as tropical and dry montane forests. And we looked at things like the connectivity and integrity of multiple forest systems. Our partners in Selva, again, work towards supporting a new generation of Latin American scientists and conservationists by engaging professionals throughout the Neotropical Flyways locally and training them in bird identification and internationally standard protocols, environmental education, including interactive games and bird-friendly agricultural practices. Again, we had local nurseries throughout Colombia to try and restore some of the fragmented and destroyed habitat. And so we had multiple different nurseries. Again, the whole idea was to create a network of local skill and capacity who could continue to not only deliver surveys, but conservation and build local economies for themselves based on ecotourism. We, all the data is in eBird and is allowing researchers to build occupancy models for land birds throughout Colombia and through the Neotropical Flyways. I think this website is down, but there is a Neotropical Flyway project website. It's definitely, you can find the links on Selva. And again, it's an opportunity to integrate birds that are that we know are declining in Canada, US, with the locally endemic species of concern. And I will end my presentation just to note, so those projects alone, we were able to give over $600,000, which is pretty incredible when I started with a minus $10,000 budget. But if you did the math from 1998, it didn't happen in just one day. So don't be discouraged. Make sure that you work locally, you reach out to your colleagues. That's what we need. And this is just a summary of the impact we were able to do with the fund, which is now closed, but we're hoping that we can start a new one. I can't confirm yet. It all depends. So thank you very much. I guess I just want to add, sorry, Edwin and Claudia. A lot of these projects, like even though we were able to give bigger amounts of money, we started off with just giving nets, or I was able to buy bird bands or host a training workshop. So it did start small. Anyways, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Wow, muchísimas gracias, Wendy.
Well,
Sí,
thank you
sí.
very much, Wendy.
Parece sencillo, ¿verdad? En 10 minutos de
Seems
tanto
simple.
trabajo,
10 minutes
de
can
colaboraciones
summarize
que
all these
participaron,
years of working together
con las que has
with different,
colaborado.
all
Muy
the
interesante. Muchas
stakeholders
gracias,
that you
Wendy.
worked with. It's very interesting. Thank you,
Por último, quiero
Wendy.
pedirle a Edwin
Now, lastly, I'd like to
Juárez,
ask
Arizona Game and
Edwin
Fish Department.
Juarez from the Arizona
Edwin,
Game and
¿tienes
Fish
una
Department.
consideración?
He doesn't have a
Vamos a
presentation per
platicar
se,
de la sala donde están.
but this is going to be a conversational tone that he's going to talk to us from the room in Las Vegas.
Oh wait, no. Oh, which one's yours?
Claudia, I do have a presentation. I changed my mind, but it's short.
Perfecto, adelante.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Ya se ve.
We can see it now.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Claudia, and thanks, Wendy. So I wanted to share my perspective from this state government agency of what Partners in Flight has allowed me, has facilitated the work and the responsibilities that I have as a bird conservation biologist with the Arizona Game and Fish Department. And there's many examples that I could provide or I can allude to. My first meeting Partners in Flight to a Partners in Flight Western Working Group was in California, and the deep conversation where we're having that day was coordinated bird monitoring, and it was a pretty heavy conversation. And since then, I have been working with partners in Arizona to implement a statewide coordinated bird monitoring program. I also do a lot of collaborations with other partners through the Western US, other Western states that focuses on conservation of shared species. We talked a little bit about those Tuesday afternoon when we were hearing updates on the different species working groups. The Yellow-billed cuckoo working group is one of them that I participate in, P&J working group. Anyway, there's a whole suite of collaborations that that is built on meeting new partners and collaborating on a suite of projects, and also working together to obtain funding to implement a suite of species. In Arizona, we have over 500 bird species, and about 230 of those are migratory. But today, I'm going to focus on a particular program that I think has really benefited from Partners in Flight, and from that spirit of collaboration and the opportunities that it affords me to meet and engage new partners, and to build those bridges of collaboration and engage in projects that benefit many of the species that are priority for Arizona. And so that program is Southern Wings, which is a program of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies that allows states in the United States that are looking to work to conserve wintering habitats of migratory species south of the U.S. border. And Arizona has been participating in this program from the beginning. We've actually been supporting conservation work in Mexico before then, but I wanted to frame this conversation under the Southern Wings. And so I just said a couple of minutes ago, in Arizona, we have over 550 species. Over 150 of those are considered species of greatest conservation need for Arizona. And so we have a huge responsibility to really develop projects and support projects that benefit and conserve or reverse declines of many of the species. And over 200 of those species are migratory species, which means obviously that we have to think beyond our borders if we want to be effective at conserving them through their annual life cycle. And this is a Partners in Flight. This is from a Partners in Flight document that was put together years ago, where it linked each state's priority species to general geographies in Mexico and the rest of Latin America. And this is kind of conceptually for Arizona, this is kind of where we start, recognizing that many of our species are shared with Mexico and other countries in the region, and that we have a vested interest in wanting to conserve and work with partners in those regions to conserve wintering habitat also, which at the same time benefits other local priorities in terms of ecosystem conservation. Just so I want to briefly mention a couple of projects. Currently, we have a collaborative project in El Salvador with Paso Pacifico. And this project is really focusing on conserving neotropical migratory birds and resident species in tropical deciduous forests in El Salvador. And it involves a lot of community engagement, outreach and education with communities, identifying new areas for conserving, focus on tropical deciduous forest habitat, and also education and outreach within local communities. But I really like this project as an example that fits today's conversation, because the only reason I was able to support and identify this project was because I met Sarah Orstrom, who was here yesterday at a Partners in Flight meeting. And a lot of the work that Paso Pacifico has been promoting in El Salvador is really focused on primate conservation. And so I'm actually supporting primate conservation when I work with Sarah to also support the same forests that are being used by these primates. And also this habitat or of high importance to the local communities, not necessarily because of the birds, but because this serve as watersheds for their water source. And so again, the key thing is that we're helping to address local needs, watershed conservation, habitat conservation for monkeys, and migratory habitat for Arizona, for a suite of Arizona species. And again, the only way I was able to really hone in on this need and this project was through my engagement with Paso Pacifico at our Partners in Flight meeting in California years ago. And I think Sarah is maybe online, so if I butcher anything, please feel free to add to that, Sarah, when we have time for questions or comments. Another project is this conservation of thick-billed parrots and neotropical migrants and resident species in our growth forests of the Sierra Madre Occidental. In Arizona, we used to have thick-billed parrots. They became extirpated in the 1930s. And so Arizona has always had a pretty unique interest in the species for many years, because we think of it as a shared species with Mexico. The species that you can see here shows the range of the species in Chihuahua into Durango. And so we're working with ProNatura in the past, and most recently Ovis, Organización Vida Silvestre. We have been supporting conservation of those habitats in that region. And again, it has involved multiple components of the project. Forest management that benefits a suite of resident species, migratory species, and even though the trigger for us is thick-billed parrots, we know that when we're supporting that work, we're really supporting ecosystem conservation and also conserving this and promoting or supporting sustainable management of this forest in these ejido communities. And so again, to me, this is another example of where I'm able to part of the process of justifying our work, our support of work in these regions is through being able to link our migratory species to those areas where these local partners are working on. And that's where, the Partners in Flight conservation strategies come into play, because that's what one of the tools that we use. Our species of greatest conservation needs are also influenced by the Partners in Flight species assessment. We use that as a reference when we're generating our own lists. And so again, this creates this this mechanisms for us to be able to collaborate on these projects. And it's not a significant amount of money. You know, I didn't start with a negative $10,000. I have to say I was a little more positive situation there, but the department annually allocates about $30,000 for Southern Wings, which is, you know, a relatively small pot of money. But I think identifying those opportunities where we can engage local partners, we can maybe facilitate additional funding to this project. It really amplifies the work that we all want to do to this project. Through this collaboration is how I met Francisco Puente, who is here as a Partners in Flight partner. And so again, it's really about, in my mind, it's about building personal relationships, creating those opportunities to develop these projects. And then you have the formal frameworks that Partners in Flight and, you know, other mechanisms that allow us to administratively and conceptually justify for me why I want to support work in El Salvador or support work in Chihuahua and in Durango on thick-billed parrots. And, you know, the partners drive the projects on the ground. My role is to really just facilitate those connections and support any level of funding that I'm able to provide. But it's a really mutual collaborative effort. And I think that's my last slide. Yes. Okay, Claudia, that's all I had. Back to you.
Great. Thank you very much for that very detailed presentation. Many thanks to all four of you. It's very, very interesting. A great diversity of actions. We have quite a lot of time in order to comment or ask questions, around 20 minutes. So if anybody in the audience wants to make a comment, ask a question, or even share with us how they became Partners in Flight, I'm going to open the floor for anybody who wants to make comments. You can do it on the chat too, if you like. All right, so while we wait for people to come forward, it's very clear to me that the possibility of participating in conferences and meetings, getting to know each other over the years in PIF, as well as participating in the species assessments in order to determine their status. This is very useful information, and later we'll be talking about how we use it. And this has opened up this world of collaboration, made it possible to identify the bird links. It's opened a whole world of possibilities for cooperation, but there are a lot more people, initiatives, and groups who are at work, especially in Latin America, and we'd like to bring them into PIF. And this is why Sari, Edwin, and Jane, and several more have been defining this agenda of conservation without borders, as we've titled this essay of the spring session, because we want to bring in more Latin American voices. We want to hear more experiences and use them as well to open new opportunities for cooperation through those bird links, through those threatened ecosystems that are of interest to us and bring us together. So for those of you who are with us today from Latin America, I'd like to call on you to invite other stakeholders who are in your countries to join PIF in this world of conservation actions that are so sorely needed by birds, and not just migratory birds, but also resident ones, which are so severely threatened that we haven't been able to document them even. But if we work on conservation for migratory birds, we're also helping resident birds. I see a new message.
Claudia, perdón que te interrumpa. John
Claudia,
Alexander
excuse
has
me
his-
for interrupting you. Please go ahead because I can't see the hands that are up, but please go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
All right, thanks. I would have typed it in, but I'm using a little pad and I don't have a great type. But I think a couple themes that are really important that came through to answer Claudia's question is, hearing Wendy talk about David Pashley, and thinking about my career and thinking about CJ and the MAPS program and David DeSante. And I think that we have our Partners in Flight meetings, critical. We have these plans, the Saving Our Shared Birds, Trilateral Vision, the North American Conservation, the revised North American Plan, these business conservation plans. But I think these relationships and these individuals. And so if you're looking to get in and you're having a hard time, or you're looking for funding, or all of these different things, if you listen to Wendy's story or Luis's story, find that person that's interested in you and find somebody who's a colleague or a mentor and let them help you. I think that the relationships that we've built and the long-lasting friendships that we've built have resulted in a lot of this work. And so that would be my theme. That's how KBO did it. And that's how we try to help other people do it. So I think it's all about relationships and finding your champion.
Thank you, John. Hera Walker, you have your hand up.
Yes, thanks, Edwin. Hi, I'm Hira, and I'm with the Western Yellowbill Cuckoo Working Group. And I was listening to Wendy's talk, and I saw that she was mentioning that there were a couple of projects that had some focus on cuckoos, like I think it was in El Salvador and Argentina. And that led me to wonder if there's some sort of portal on one of the websites, the PIF's websites, so we can actually search for past and current PIF projects that deal with the species that we're interested in. So I could sort of see who's working on that species or who's received PIF funding or associated with PIF, and then be able to reach out to those folks.
That is a really good idea, and I think we've talked about it as PIF conceptually, but I believe we have not been able to execute that idea. And I don't know if anybody else in the PIF network might want to add something more to that, but that's been my sense. But I think it would be very important. Okay, you have to. Somebody here in the audience would like to make a comment. Just 1 minute.
I think that's helpful here as
Good.
well. But for El Salvador and Central America, we've been working with Paso Pacifico, to help them, for the cuckoo stuff as well as the willow flycatcher item. So if you want to talk to, I can get you in touch with Sarah if you want to talk to her directly, but you can also talk to me about it as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mary.
And I think there was a comment in the chat box. If that person would like to say something, or Claudia, I'll hand it back to you.
Sí. Sí.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Yes, there are a couple of comments in the chat from Tatiana Sanchez Conavio. Thank you very much for opening space for Latin America. I think this enriches the conservation results. And from Joan Haga, it says, to all the presenters at this session, your experience and achievements are very inspiring, but I imagine that you have a lot of stories as well about how to overcome obstacles or resolve them. And I'd like to hear more about the major challenges you faced. What challenges were they? How did you respond to them? Does any of the presenters want to respond to this question or remark? Sarai, please go ahead. Yes, this is a very interesting question because not everything is that easy. There are indeed difficulties, and one of the main difficulties I encountered was language. Language was an enormous barrier because my English is fairly sketchy because I learned it as an adult. But the colleagues I work with from other English-speaking countries gave me the confidence to dive in and speak English as best I could. I think this is something very good, and this is why we have an achievement, which is having simultaneous interpretation at all of our meetings. And this is a way of overcoming the enormous barrier of language. Another difficulty is the difference in our cultures, the cultural differences that we have to understand and overcome and even use to forge friendly links. It's like marriage. There's a give and take involved. Because this helps us have a long-term relationship. It's when you have long-term relationships that you have to do this. So with Claudia, John Alexander, and several colleagues who attended the workshops we held in Guadalajara, we learned how to cooperate in a friendly fashion because since we have those cultural differences, we behave one way and colleagues from another country behave in another way. We have to let each other know how we feel about this. So overcoming the cultural differences and understanding different languages are two steps that we've had to take. Thank you very much, Sarai. I fully agree with you. There are some more comments. One is from Ana Gonzalez. Creating local capacity has also been a limitation, but it has generated opportunities. And from Samuel Lopez, thank you for sharing these great initiatives. I'm very happy to be working with PIF. I work with the birds program in Santiago Coahuila. Thank you, Samuel. I welcome the Museum of Birds. They're one of the prize winners because of all of the actions they're taking. So welcome to PIF. A while ago, they shared with us the guidebook. I don't remember its exact title. Oh, yes, the reference guide of how to join PIF. All you have to do is join the communications list of PIF, and it's as simple as that. We add you. So welcome to all of you. Luis, you had your hand up, didn't you? Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Claudia. I just wanted to add a little to what Sarai was saying. I think that besides going beyond the issues of language and cultural differences, we also should understand that our strategies need to be adaptive. We need to be very creative. We need to be very resilient in order to make it possible for our programs and activities to change with the environment. We must remember that we're in a dynamic environment. And something very important too, when it comes to language. It's not just the different languages we speak, but also the words we use when you talk about conservation, especially when it comes to people who have just begun their career in the area of conservation. It's very important as conservationists for us to have not just a long-term vision, but also, as I mentioned in my presentation, a strategic vision. There are many things that can be done. And I always mention that it's very important to learn the language of business. We should not be in opposition to the language of business. Ultimately, we need alliances and cooperation that makes it possible for us to bring in business opportunities for communities, establish a dialogue, and be familiar with the language of developers, of hotels, of businesses in the sector. This is extremely important. I've noted that this is where it's difficult for us biologists or ecologists to start a conversation. For our organization, I believe it's very important to be open to the language of business and to learn the words they use in order to make conservation attractive to investors. For outside this circle, outside partners in flight, I think there are a lot of opportunities out there. And as conservationists, we have to be prepared and have this toolkit, making it possible for us to communicate our interests, above all when it comes to other sectors and industries. That's one of the contributions I have to offer to make our structures more resilient. Excellent. Thank you very much, Reese. Veronica Elias says, I'd like to join PIF. Well, there we have it. Lily Calderon is putting up the instructions of how to sign on to the communications list. And I have two hands up, Francisco Puente and Carol Biedlman. Francisco, please, go ahead.
Hola. No, es que
Francisco?
estoy aquí en la
What's going on? Oh, I'm here in the in the
pues
room.
para mí como beneficiario de
For
Partners in
me,
Flight durante los últimos años,
as a
ha sido
beneficiary
muy
of Partners in
importante
Flight in recent
para mí como
years,
joven conservacionista
as a young
eh,
conservationist,
la
it's
integración a estos
been
grupos
very important
de
to
conservación
join
y es como lo
these
mencionaba Saraí,
conservation groups. And as
solamente con una experiencia
Sarai
que hemos
mentioned,
tenido
it's
durante
only
nuestra carrera nos marca para
with
seguirnos dedicando a
the
esto.
experience that marks us, that we've had throughout our careers, that has made it possible for us to devote our time to this. Thank you,
Entonces,
Francisco. Carol, please.
yo creo que
And I
falta
think,
mucho
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know
la
you weren't
difusión de
done,
Partners in Flight
Francisco.
porque muchas veces es inaccesible para muchos de los que
Very
estamos en
often
México tener
for
contacto
people
con todo
in
esto y no
Mexico,
necesariamente para
it's
financiamiento,
difficult, if not impossible, to have contact
para
with
colaboración
partners in
o
flight.
para que nos guíen de cómo hacer las cosas, porque
We
ahorita que
need
estoy escuchando las
cooperation and
presentaciones,
guidance from
tengo
them.
muchos conocidos que están trabajando con las mismas
I
especies
know a
como
lot
los
of
colibríes,
people who are
pero no
working
tienen
with
el
the same
acceso a
species,
las
such
personas
as
de Canadá, por ejemplo.
hummingbirds, but
Entonces,
they have no
gracias a
way
esto
of
podemos tener
accessing
acceso.
people in Canada, for example. So it's important that we be able to have this access.
Gracias, Claudia.
Thank you very much, Francisco. Well, when it comes to that, your proposals and ideas are most welcome, especially when it comes to strengthening and improving communication. We do have the work of translating the entire PIF page into Spanish before us. That's one of the gaps we identified. But if you have further suggestions as to making this communication better and reaching more people, it's one of the challenges we have to respond to. Carol, please, you have the floor.
Greetings to everyone. Yeah, my name is Carol Beidelman, and I've worked with many of you for a number of years. So it's wonderful to still be connected. I just wanted to say a couple things. One is that to emphasize and affirm what John Alexander said about the importance of any opportunity to develop relationships, friendships, networks, to connect. We've, long time ago, we had the Partners in Flight Mesoamerica Working Group, where the countries were able to come together, even had country representatives, just colleagues that were able to participate in that. We had the International Working Group of Partners in Flight with La Tangara, which was a newsletter that was bilingual, that reached out to all the countries in the Western Hemisphere. We actually had an agreement at one point with the Society for Mesoamerican Biology and Conservation with Partners in Flight to offer workshops that were desired by folks in multiple countries, whether it was monitoring or grant writing or whatever statistical analysis that might have been expressed as a need. And the Park Flight Migratory Bird Program, which is what I coordinated for many years and was able to meet many of you and your colleagues. I just wanted to emphasize that Partners in Flight in the United States is fairly informal, and sometimes, as Sari talked about, cultural differences, that might seem a bit confusing in that we don't have an official process for encouraging people to participate. We welcome anybody, everybody, at through whatever project or avenue that you have where you meet others who are involved with Partners in Flight. If you want to be at the table, you're at the table. And where it needs to be more formal, if your countries really, that's important to your countries and your colleagues to have a greater formality, we've always accommodated that in any way that is important to you. But we just welcome folks to start these relationships, and then we become basically part of a big family that is long-lasting, and friendships and relationships and projects that hopefully will sustain over the years, even if maybe politics or funding make certain things go away, like La Tangara. We just, there was no funding for that anymore, but we maintain those relationships. So we're always here to encourage that. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Carol.
Thank you so much, Carol. I remember PIF Meso, as we called it. It was an excellent space for communication and for building connections. Throughout the years, initiatives have changed, but what I see as an opportunity now are the bird observer groups, which have expanded throughout Mexico and Latin America. Maybe if we could reestablish those communication networks, such as Mexico's Urban Bird Program, which is also connected with Central America, or Honduras Birds, Aves Honduras, which has an important network. I think there's potential there. And I think together with those who are in Latin America and in Mesoamerica, we can continue sharing information from PIF and promoting opportunities for collaboration. All right, so we'll need to stop here to take a break. We have a break for 8 minutes. We'll ask you, or actually, maybe a little bit more, at 10:35 Pacific time, 11:35 Mexico and Central American time. We'll reconnect then. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So welcome everyone back from our short break. Thank you to Claudia for moderating our previous session and to other presenters that gave updates. They share their experiences related to being part of the Partners in Flight network. Our next session, it's gonna we're gonna focus in a little more, and it's really we're gonna be talking a little more about how have we been using conservation tools in our work to do targeted conservation efforts, and how this linked initiatives, how this are linked to full life cycle conservation. Our previous presenters, gave overviews of different projects, different work that has happened, and obviously a lot of their work happens through the use of different conservation tools, which could be research and planning tools, also outreach tools and different mechanisms. It could be ecosystem management tools such as Prescribed Fire, a whole suite of different conservation tools that partners in the region are using to deliver conservation on the ground. And some of those tools could be Partners in Flight conservation tools that we'll talk a little more about that and what those are. But we wanted to have this session to kind of have a more focused conversation on how different partners are using conservation tools to do their work. And so our first presenter is Saraí Contreras from the University of Guadalajara. Adelante, Saraí.
Please go ahead, Saraí. Floor is yours. Very well. I'll share my screen. There we go. Thank you. Once again, thank you. Now I'll take this opportunity to tell you about how we've been using these tools for bird conservation, and we'll share the results that we've had with many stakeholders, and we're seeking to socialize these tools throughout the entire continent so that we can understand the life cycles and we can fill the gaps that we're still, we still have in terms of knowledge of birds. So our mission is birds conservation in their habitats. These tools and conservation action plans, guides for conservation of key habitats, the maps of conservation priority, assessment of species that are at risk. These are species that are at risk, in danger internationally, and for some reason or another are in our regions. So we need to support the conservation efforts. And lastly, tools to monitor certain birds. So in terms of action plans, the tools are aimed at deploying efforts at the regional and continental levels. The plans here shown, the first report, State of the Birds report, Saving Our Shared Birds, and Partners in Flight, these can be or are available in the Partners in Flight webpage. They're very user-friendly here. They have the Excel files that show all the different species that allow us to perform our analyses. So the plans identify the species that require attention, the various risk factors, the actions that are required for conservation efforts. Likewise, at the international stage, I put together this information together with the monitoring for birds program within a reserve or other protected areas. And what I'm getting is a stationary dynamic or other types of information. And my students that do actually all of this technical work, they collect the information. And when we combine this with other international tools or national tools like the NOMS and NOM 059 from Semarnat the year 2010, and the provision states that we need to pay attention to this. On the other hand, with CONABIO, well, the work together is fantastic. The list of all of the species that has the standardized name of the bird and also the degree to which they are vulnerable, if they are from the region, and all sorts of other information. This standardized scientific name, common name, and also it provides the information as to the degree of the threat to the particular species. So using this database, or having rather a database that provides a scientific name in respect to what the AOS says, name in Spanish, name in English, which is using the same one as Berlanga uses. And in yellow, this next column gives the total. So I have a number of columns to the right of that express the degree to which the species is vulnerable. And in the end, I can specify the degree to which there is a threat. You just need to cross-reference all the other columns. And then I can decide how to use the information. And if there's a forest fire or other situation, we can give recommendations. And this is, of course, in respect to the plant life that existed there prior to the incident. So this other table shows, well, my apologies, it didn't show where the information came from. This table shows the tendency of various species of hummingbird in North America that are under threat. The table includes information about monitoring and the common name, the types of survey that were used, the ID number of the survey, the AOU number, and the population tendencies of each species. So the trend column shows the rate of change in terms of the population of each species as a percentage. Negative value is a decrease in population. A positive value is an increase. The columns that you might see, for instance, 2.5% CI and 97% CI, are the confidence intervals of the 95% for estimates of population trends. That is, the real value of the population has a 95% probability of being within the range expressed. So the hummingbird, Allen's hummingbird, the table will show that it's 93.6. So the decrease in population is 3.60%. The confidence interval at the 95% level to this, for this estimate, go from minus 4.9 to 2.37. So there's a high probability that the real rate of decrease in population is within that range. So in general, this table gives us very useful information on the trends, not just for hummingbirds, but these data can be used to produce conservation strategies. So the local project on restoring the habitat for for hummingbirds, for the conservation of hummingbirds, not only migratory ones, but local endemic species. In this project, that includes all of these participants from the local governments, women who help to promote conservation efforts. There's transnational and multilateral efforts from Canada, CONAMP, and intermunicipal agencies, World Migratory Bird Day, and many others. We collaborate so that we can see how we can plan and deal with this particular threat. These are occurring in the west of Mexico, in this region shown here. We have many forest fires in that area. This is the reserve, and it shows this is the heat map. And we can make specific plans where we can show where we might go to further our efforts, using studies on humidity, winds, with taking into account the particular date, so that we know that, for instance, hummingbirds will be more than likely go on their way back to the United States and Canada by a certain date, and other species might stay for a little bit longer. They might be in the breeding phase. So all of this data then gives us expertise that we can take to the Western Hummingbird Partnership, and we can develop the conservation plan. This is what we're doing. The plan that we're developing with them is spearheaded by the WHP Advisory Committee. Here are the stakeholders. Our mission is to bring biologists, researchers, educators, and many others so that we can conserve migratory hummingbirds. Our mission is to envision a future with thriving populations of Western hummingbirds. The slides that I will show in the next few moments are made by Susan Bonhill, and I'd like to express my gratitude to her for letting me use these. Now, we see that we work together. What we want is to create an action plan that gets these efforts all together, so that the trends that we've observed with the other data, we can click on them, and we can take all this information so that we can motivate certain actions that will guide efforts to a particular plan, to implement it, a plan that we can monitor and make successful. This is for hummingbirds, the rufous hummingbirds, broad-tailed hummingbirds, the various species shown here. These are the species that are comprised in our plan. When we find ourselves against certain limits and we want to make our work turn out better results, we hire this FOS services. And in the past, we had 3 meetings. And within the last year or two, meetings with our entire group and them. And there was 20 people who showed us their expertise and gave us their information so that we could create a conservation plan between our 3 countries, Canada, US, and Mexico. I'm not sure what my time is or how much I have left, because I wasn't looking at the clock, but our challenge really is to organize working sessions to identify threats to the hummingbird species that I mentioned already in all of their breeding, non-breeding, and migration ranges. In all areas, breeding, non-breeding, and migration areas. We use the conservation standards, and we have a process to follow, assessing critical threats with participants from the US, Mexico, and Canada, planning goals and strategies for mitigating threats, and we share what we've learned with others across the various flyways. Also, the result is to implement a conservation plan. So our accomplishments have been identifying priority threats, such as agriculture, changes in rain, precipitation, and humidity. They're affecting hummingbirds in this particular case. The increase in frequency of fires and severity, use of pesticides, herbicides, and urban development, of course. So all told, this allows us to be together, to be connected, so that we can get an international conservation plan. And so that's what's next. We have a set of steps: completing the hummingbird conservation plan, developing a plan of action that is based on key actions that have been identified, facilitating the information to various stakeholders in different countries, regulating, or rather, to provide through meetings that are on the regular basis. This is a communication effort. And lastly, I can't really see the last point because my screen is blocking it, but I believe you might be able to. The sixth point is on the slide. Lastly, from a higher level, we can see that area of Asati. This is an area that is intended to be a protected area on a voluntary basis with 1,200 hectares in the area. The owner of the lands asked us to gather some information and do some research in the area. And two universities, or two faculties in the University of Guadalajara, with my colleagues and some of our students, are working on this. We've been supported by Canada in these efforts as well. The Canada Bird Observatory logo isn't shown here, but they are supporting this effort. The results that we've obtained are published in a form and databases where ultimately the results were to motivate the owner as to whether they might decree these areas as protected, so that the results are something that they can use for bird tourism, bird observing tourism. Many species here are under threat in the international or at the domestic level. So how to observe them? How the ideas is for us to identify routes where they can observe these various species. We also made some recommendations so that the area, the forest area, can have a long-term management plan. Lastly, this is something that we're very pleased about. The owner is very motivated, and I believe we're going to be successful. 1,200 hectares is the area, and when the results are quite good. So I would like to thank everybody that participated from the local level, students, everybody that's listening today. Thank you, because this is, of course, what is being so successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarai. That was a great overview. Also, the different scales and how the conservation tools help inform the local process, but also the work that's done on the ground really contributes to regional and conservation planning. Thank you for that great presentation. Next, our next presentation is on conservation investment strategies in Central America and Northern South America. It'll be Ana Gonzalez with Environment and Climate Change Canada, who is here in Vegas.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
Start from the beginning.
Okay, again.
Don't worry, we have time.
Okay, so Do I have to introduce myself
No.
again? Okay. No. So today I'm going to present the Mid-Elevation Forest Conservation Investment Strategy. This is an initiative from the Partners in Flight Eastern Working Group. We have been working in this project for about 2 years, and this is the planning team. So Becky Stewart from Environment and Climate Change Canada, Randy from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Nick Bailey and Maria Alejandra Meneses from Selva in Colombia, and Rosabel Miro and Jennifer Diaz from Audubon, Panama, and Estuardo was our conservation standards coach, and he guided us during this process. So we use the conservation investment strategies are a mechanism to assess the status of habitats, targeted species, and to define priority conservation strategies, actions, and most importantly, to define the resources that are needed to achieve the conservation goals. So to develop this plan, we used a conservation standards approach. And we have a lot of participants. We have 217 individuals from 79 organizations across 12 countries. And we have an overwhelming participation from South America, but also a lot of participation from countries in Central America. We had 8 different conservation standards workshops. The first 3, we were different workshops for Central and South America, and then we came together and we integrated the information from both regions. So our first step was to define conservation targets. So we had 3 conservation targets: mid-elevation forests in Central America and in South America. We had agroforestry systems, including shade-grown coffee, cocoa, and cardamom, and 3 species of conservation concerned in Canada and the US: Canada warbler, cerulean warbler, and the golden wing warbler. So I think that I really like about this plan is that we apply research to inform conservation. So in the last 10 years, we have been working hard to understand the different factors that are driving the declines of neotropical migrants in the northern Andes of South America. And this is a very important paper that came out a couple of years ago, where they found that the higher abundance of migrants at the community and at the species level in South America is between 1,000 and 2,000 meters above sea level. And besides elevation, land cover was very important. These species are more abundant in primary forest, secondary forest, and shade-grown coffee plantations. So we use this information to define the elevation range where we were going to work. And one of our targets was also the human well-being. So these regions in the Andes or South America are working landscapes. There is a lot of agriculture, and there are a lot of communities and minorities living and working in these landscapes. So we set objectives for each conservation target. So our objective for the species was to increase the population by 5% by 2031 compared to the population size in 2021. And for the shade-grown coffee plantations, our goal is to maintain or increase the current area covered by these agroforestry systems. And for forest, we define quantifiable targets based on the density estimates that we had from the no breeding grounds. So from different research, we know the overwinter density of the 3 species in Latin America. So let's say this is the world population for golden wing warbler. And we know that the density is 2 individuals per hectare during the non-breeding season. So if we want to increase the population size by 5%, we will need to restore, reforest, or enhance around 10,000 hectares of forest. And there is a lot of assumptions behind this number, because this is only basically based on winter habitat availability, and we know that there are more factors behind the population dynamics of these species. And for Silurian warbler, we estimated around 20,000 hectares, and for Canada warbler, about 40,000 hectares, and this is mostly in South America. So when we had our objectives, one of the challenges that we had is that we didn't have any base information. So when we were like, okay, geographically, where do we start? Where are the forests? Where are these agro ecosystems? And so one of the first steps that we have to do in order to make these objectives measurable was to define our focal geographies. So what we did, we defined the non-breeding range for each species during the winter and spring migration, using the estimates of relative abundance from the eBird status and trends projects. And we prop these estimates to the elevation range of interest in Central America and South America. We overlapped the ranges for the 3 species, and that was our focal geographic, our focal region. So that is how we defined the focal region for the implementation of this plan. So once we defined the region, our work was to identify the threats for these species. And here I would like to acknowledge that there are individual overwintering conservation plans for the 3 species. They were developed individually by different groups. So what we did is we integrated all the information in these 3 plans, and we also conducted a lead review to identify the drivers of deforestation in the areas of interest. And during the workshops, we ranked the different threats. And so these are the 5 main threats that we identify during the workshops with the partners. I just want to read them in Spanish. So we have la expansión de la frontera agrícola, la expansión de la ganadería, proyectos de infraestructura y de expansión urbana. Y esta fue bien importante, y es la pérdida de los cafetales con sombra o su conversión a cafetales expuestos al sol, y los incendios forestales. The last one, forest fires, it was an important threat only in Central America. We don't have this problem at the scale that we have it in Central America. So based on these threats, so we developed 5, we call them areas of strategic action or conservation strategies. So these are the strategies that are going to help us to address those threats. So the first one that we identify is that we need to protect forest. So we need conservation areas. We also need to work with the with minorities like indigenous and Afro-descendant lands and farmers. We have another strategy, and this is about identifying, promoting, and implementing bird-friendly agricultural practices, and also identifying incentives for restoration and implementing ecological restoration. This is a very huge strategy, and I would say this is the most most complex one in the plan. We also developed a strategy to promote and market bird-friendly coffee or biodiversity-friendly coffee. And our last strategy is related to planning and environmental regulation. So these 5 strategies or areas of strategic action are the core of our investment plan. And I don't have the time to go like in detail for every one of these ones, but I just want to show the structure of the plan. So here we have the strategies of areas of strategic action. And each one of these have different strategies, and we develop action steps. So like the baby steps that we need to take to achieve our objectives. We have intermediate results, objectives, and indicators. And developing these indicators, I would say, was one of the most challenging components of the plan. And the main reason, again, is because we don't have the base information to measure. For example, if we at that time we didn't know what amount of forest is protected or unprotected, and what we can achieve in 10 years, how much forest we can protect in 10 years. So those were the kind of indicators that we have to develop. It was the same for, let's say, bird-friendly agricultural practices. We didn't know the extension where we have to implement these actions, or how it changed from one country to the other. So developing these indicators was one of the most challenging part of the developing the plan. Okay, so once we have all those strategies, the next question was, where do we start if these geographics are so huge? So we try to do a prioritization exercise. So what we did is whoever's unmuted, yeah. she made it. Okay, so okay, where it was okay. Okay, so to narrow down the area where we were planning to work, so we did this prioritization process. So what we did is we went back to our eBird data, and we mapped the pixels with a higher probability of occurrence for each species. We overlapped them. We selected the pixels with a 25% highest probability of occurrence. And so that those were our priority areas. And then we overlapped that bird-based priority areas with the land covered for deforestation, protected areas, and yeah, deforested areas, protected and unprotected areas. And so in this map, we are showing the priority regions where we can or we should implement the different strategies. And this is preliminary. Our plan is to keep updating these maps as we keep learning more about the system. And so we just finished the Spanish version of this plan. And the next step, how do I change this? Okay. It's not changed. Okay. So the next step is identifying synergies across this region, and how can we work in collaboration with other projects or other initiatives to implement the different conservation strategies. So our goal is aligned this conservation plan with other initiatives. And briefly, I just want to show, do I have time?
Yeah,
to-
go ahead.
Okay. So, so briefly, sorry, thank you. I just want to show an exercise that we did specifically for Colombia, where we did a similar approach for 5 different neotropical migrants. We defined our focal conservation areas based on the distribution of these species. And what we did is that we overlap the distribution of these species with protected and unprotected areas. And but also in Colombia, we have our national restoration program. It prioritizes the regions where the government is going to invest in restoration. And one of our findings was that the overlap between the area prioritized by the government and our migrant focal areas is only 6%. So it means that the national efforts for forest restoration are not going to benefit migrants in the Andes. So we need to look for different approaches. And we also found like we overlap all the indigenous and Afro-descendant territories with our migrant focal areas. And we found that 20% of the unprotected forest is within indigenous and Afro-descendant lands. So we really need to work with these minorities and communities in Colombia if we want to protect these 20% of unprotected forest. So these are the kind of things that we can do at the country level. And so first, I would like to acknowledge that some of the slides were provided by Nick Bailey, and this presentation was also presented at the Eastern Working Group. And this was all possible by the participation of the 79 organizations across Central and South America.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great overview on that conservation strategy. You know, we had made some references to Partners in Flight conservation strategies. And I think this one really shows the framework, how what they're intended to be used, and how they're developed in partnership with other partners working in the region. So that's a really great description of a conservation tool. It wouldn't be a hybrid meeting without technical problems. So appreciate your patience everyone's patience as we work through those. Our next presentation, and we did have some time at the end for questions, so we'll just use that time to make sure that both the next 2 presenters have the full time to provide us, to share their presentations with us. So up next, we have a presentation from Claudia Macias of Pronatura Sur to talk to us about the Mesoamerican Pine Oak Conservation Alliance. Claudia.
Oh, gracias. Gracias. Voy a compartir pantalla. Ya se ve, ¿verdad?
Can you see my screen?
Sí.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, gracias, Ana. Qué gusto verte.
Thank you, Anna. It's a pleasure to see you, and it's a pleasure to see that the elevation plan is almost finished. Today, I'll be talking specifically about the PIF tools that we've been using in this alliance that we've been working with for 20 years. The Mesoamerican Pine Oak Alliance, as it's called officially. Everything that you can see from Chiapas to the north of Nicaragua and a part of El Salvador includes temperate forests of pine oak, liquid ambar, as well as some mountain cloud forests. The golden warbler is our flag species, I won't go into too much detail in terms of our conservation plan. We have a conservation plan from 2020 to 2030 in this entire region. And one of the opportunities for us, for the Alliance, to be part of PIF, as Anna mentioned, one of the opportunities was to learn about other investment strategies use the open standards methodology. When we were working on our second conservation plan, which is the one from 2020 to 2030, the current one, we weren't thinking of using the open standards methodology for the strategic plan. But when we participated in the PIF meetings since 2013, and we were talking about conservation plans or business plans, as we called them at one point, we mentioned that open standards was the most appropriate methodology. And we thought it would be very important to use the same methodology so we could use the same language. And that's what we did. That's one of the advantages of being part of this network, Partners in Flight, and to see how things are being done in different geographies throughout the continent. So we can align our strategies, align our methodology, and that we can all work together and understand the work that we're doing. It helps us to connect with each other. So for this ecological region, which is very, very diverse, I'm having troubles changing the slide. There we go. One of the tools that has been used the most to define our priority species list in the pine oak forest area, almost all of the presenters have already mentioned this tool, Saving Our Shared Birds from 2010. Undoubtedly, it has been one of the joint efforts that has been most recognized and most useful. I think we're all using it. It's been the first assessment, at least in North America, in 2010. This publication did an analysis of migratory and resident birds, and that was significant because a lot of our resident birds had not been assessed, and often, even though we had data from North America, we didn't have a reference, we didn't have a detailed study of what was happening with our resident birds as well. Therefore, I think this effort was very useful as a result. 10 countries participated, many ornithologists participated, and then also in 2010, there was an assessment of the vulnerability state of birds in Canada, Mexico, and the US. And then after, towards 2020, these publications also are available on the Partners in Flight page. As Sarah E. mentioned, you can find all the information, the databases, the methodology, the values that were part of these assessments. There was also an exercise for Central America, which included a very rich participation. The last edition of this information is from 2021. And it's a database that uses excellent methodology. It's been coordinated by Conservation of the Rockies. I'm forgetting the name, says Claudia. Arvind Panjabi is the scientist who has been implementing the methodology and working with the database. This alliance of pine oak forests in Mesoamerica, as we can see in this first map, where we can see temperate western forest breeding species, in Central America, this is a very important refuge or shelter, a safe space for birds coming from the north. And then on the other map, we can see in green and in blue an overlap in Central America, Mesoamerica. an overlap of species that are under a high risk of extinction, along with migratory birds. They coexist, they share habitat with resident birds as well. And in the images below, we can see some of the resident birds and migratory birds that are in risk, that are declining, and that share these ecosystems. This information was such an important base for us and for our conservation plan because it gave us a list of birds that use these forests as habitat and who are under priority list for conservation. That way we could define the strategies and actions we needed to take to reduce the threats faced by these species. I'd mentioned that the Avian Conservation Assessment Database, which is coordinated by the Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, includes all of the information that I just mentioned. It's an important source of information. We can use it for any site. It helps us to evaluate the state of vulnerability of our birds. And that information was the base used for the North American birds study. And there was also one in 2022 where there's a watch list of species, which is also very important information. It helps us to see how our birds have been categorized or how vulnerable they are. I'd also like to mention that for Mexico and Latin America, some examples of sources of information or lists that are important for us are the IUCN Red List, because a lot of our resident species are included in this Red List. We should remember that in this region, Mesoamerica, evolutionarily, as a result of evolutionary processes, there's a conversion of the neotropic and neoarctic species. So a lot of species from a diverse biological groups, plants and animals, are endemic or micro-endemic here. There are a lot of species that are not well known yet. There's much yet to explore and to learn about. And some of these that are endemic or micro-endemic, there's some information about them in the IUCN Red List. And in Mexico, another very important information source is our Mexican Endangered Act, known as the NOM 509. Now, on this slide, this is just a brief overview of our species list and how we started to categorize them to define our priorities. For us, it's very important to work with a scientific name. For a lot of us, the scientific name is what we most often use. And that name, as many of you know, changes constantly. There are changes in the taxonomy. It's a dynamic database. We need to be up to date in terms of knowing what has changed or if there's a separation of species or a combination of species. And then we have the name in Spanish, the name in English, so that we can communicate with our colleagues in North America. And under column E, we can say if it's a resident migratory bird. F is the category of risk in the IUCN Red List. G is the Mexican standard, and H and I are data from ACAD, the vulnerability value given during the assessment in North America and Central America, because we share both assessments. And on column J, based on ACAD, we've included those species that have the greatest risk. This is only an example of how we're using the tools provided by PIF in order to assess the species that we have, what category they're in, the degree of vulnerability, and how we will be able to respond accordingly. It includes migratory and resident birds. And this helps us to manage and fundraise and work on these ecosystems. Our list includes 298 species, 22 of them are endemic. Many of them only exist in Chiapas and in Guatemala, such as the pink-headed warbler and the bearded screech owl. We also have species on the red list and common species which are in decline, such as the northern bobwhite, and 40 species considered of tri-national high concern. We're also working with this list at a level of subspecies when we have that information. Because in this area, in Mesoamerica, there's a conversion from the Neotropic and Neoarctic. And probably science is still studying them and determining whether they're different species or not, such as the spotted tau and the yellow-eyed junco, which are considered separate populations in this part of Mesoamerica, or species such as the sharp-shinned hawk, which in the north has a very different morphology, and the white-breasted hawk, which is considered the same species as the Kionogaster, but it's different in Central America. Another situation that you're all very well aware of is that in this part of the continent, because it's more narrow, there is a convergence of birds from north, south, east, and west. And some of these birds, such as the Virginia warbler, can have resident populations that they mix with. So we're interested in assessing the richness of this Mesoamerican region, not only for bird species. Birds are emblematic animals, and they help us to have a shared common language with North and Central America. But there are other very valuable species. Many of them are unknown, such as this species, this green species that I'm pointing to on the right, which are micro-endemic and about which there's very little known, and however they share that habitat with the birds. For example, this is a map of what is alligator lizards. This is the map of their distribution of alligator lizards. This is what's known in terms of their distribution. But the scientists who have been studying Abronia, this genus, are finding amazing things. For example, this photo here is an alligator lizard that is only found in a sierra called Sierra Morena in the Sierra Madre of Chiapas, which isn't even on the map. It's around here where I'm pointing with the arrow. It's not even on the map yet. And there's very little known about them in that area. So once again, I'd like to say that we start with birds, and Wendy mentioned it also. She mentioned collaboration with other species, mammals, reptiles, and that is also helping us to work in this region because we have to consider all of the biodiversity. And by assessing this situation helps us in our conservation efforts. And animals such as frogs, salamanders, there are so many endemic species. We know that this is one of the most vulnerable group of vertebrates and that is most quickly declining in the world. And there are also species of mice. This is one example on the left of a microendemic frog in central Chiapas. And this mouse, also microendemic, very little is known about it. And they're just an example of how, through birds, we can learn more about other kinds of biodiversity that is also important to conserve. by assessing the situation of amphibians and reptiles, we see that they have a microhabitat that is mainly in epiphytic plants, not exclusively in epiphytic plants. These are plants that grow on top of trees, tree trunks, and other broadleaf species of plants. So when we're managing a forest or doing fire management, good practices are very important in order to not destroy those orchids, mosses, epiphytic plants that exist in this habitat. Therefore, our forest management strategy takes into account rescuing and relocating that group of plants. And in Chiapas, that is connected with a cultural, traditional, and religious use of these bromelia plants or of epiphytic plants, which is ancestral. They've been collected for years for Christmas festivities. And we're working with people who collect these plants and who use them to talk about better management and conservation so that we don't destroy this microhabitat. And all of the ecosystemic services that are connected to epiphytic plants, everything from climate regulation, water capture, amongst many other things. This is what I wanted to share with you, how with information and tools, we can go into deeper detail, and we can include a greater range of biodiversity, which is under threat, which is not well known, and that with conservation plans and strategies and good practices, we can protect and know more about these species. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Claudia. That was a really great presentation and really learning about how the species assessments, help inform or guide the development of the alliance and facilitates those connections locally and regionally with resident migratory bird species. When I used to do field work, I actually worked on golden cheek warblers, so it was it was nice seeing that the link there. And also, it's been a while since I've seen a lizard or mouse on a Partners in Flight presentation. So I appreciate the diversity of the pictures as well. We're moving on to our next presentation. This is Cultivating Wings, Research and Conservation in Western Mexico by Sergio Gomez of Chicatana ACE and OATL Observatorio de Aves de Tlaxiaco. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. You have all your 15 minutes, Sergio, so go ahead and start with your presentation. Thank you.
Gracias, Edwin. Voy a compartir pantalla.
I'll share my screen. Now, can someone confirm that it's being shared properly? I'd appreciate that.
Yes, right. It's fine now.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Very well. I'm Sergio Gomez Villaverde. I'm from the Chicatana ACE Civil Society, and the project is called Breeding Wings, Cultivating Wings. We are seeking to share our efforts of migratory and resident birds that have been rescued by our association. To this end, the presentation is going to be first on the work group, how we started, what we do, and then we'll speak about the projects that are separated on research project, conservation of habitat, environmental education, and tourism. And lastly, we'll discuss some things that are that we should highlight in respect of all the strategies. Chicatana is a social civil society that it is meant for research aimed at safeguarding biodiversity and the the aim is to preserve life with dignity in the region. The OATL program is where the observatory is. Karen Ordiozola, she's a biologist, specialist in gender and feminism. Ana Camacho, a specialist in rural development. Adrian Cabrera and Sergio Gomez are the other two specialists. So a brief story of how we began. In Santa Maria, that's where we began. We'll speak to that later. In 2016, the community invited us to observe their birds because they wanted to know about them. So at that part of our project, we really began because of an invitation, not because we wanted to go there. So we like to mention this. And communities, agrarian communities, told us about their need to preserve the assets and the biodiversity in their territory. So we proposed to then seek to conserve their language, to work with children and teens, also for birds and other parts of their history and region. So in Santa Maria Yucuiti, this is the region. This location has almost 98% of indigenous population. And it's worth to highlight that nearly 90% of people are living in poverty in the region. The way that they refer to themselves, it's the people of clouds and rain. This is because of their habitat. They have a cloudy forest. Their ancestral name is therefore linked to this idea. Concretely, what we do in the Bird Observatory, we do scientific research that is centered about birds, culturalism, biofeminism, art, or other efforts. Our research projects are where we will begin this portion of the talk. The first is the annulment station MOSI in Santa Maria Yucuiti in the state of Oaxaca. It's been operating for 26 winters. We have 25 migratory species, 49 that are resident, and 11 that are endemic. We've got our collaborators shown on the right side. Those are their logos. We've done extensive search in the area, starting from 2016 when we were invited, just seeking what the birds are that are in this region. More than 290 species is what we found. The altitude differences are extended well beyond 1,000 meters, a difference between high and low points. So 36 species are in some sort of conservation category and then in the NOMS. And this is only 0.09% of the territory in the state. But in this small area, you've got 38% of the species that are represented in the state at large. So we do standardized monitoring in Oaxaca and Chiapas. As you can see in the map, from the last 3 winters, we've estimated the richness, the abundance of migratory and resident birds. And in Chiapas, for 2 years, we've compared richness and abundancy of birds that are resident in the coffee regions and standard and forest regions. And Environment and Climate Change Canada, of course, has supported these efforts. Well, using these monitoring efforts, we found yellow-breasted chats in the areas that we've been monitoring. So we decided to start the project for their survival of that species in Oaxaca. The specific objectives were to increase their winter survival and the other ecological considerations. We've got 22 marked individuals with rings, colored rings, and we want to install radio transmitters and we want to install MODIS antennas. So we've shown how these are the handmade ones at the bottom picture. Climate Change Canada, of course, has supported us here. Lastly, I'd like to tell you about resident birds and the work we do in Santa Maria U2. The white-tailed hummingbird is a species that endemic to the south of Mexico. We've got 2 populations in our country, one in Guerrero, one in Oaxaca. And we are working to identify their feeding, and these pictures that you see here are some of the first that you are seeing, and these are species that are endemic to our region. Very difficult to find. Now, conservation of habitat. Our efforts here in Oaxaca and Santa Maria Yucuita, once again, we have a project where we encourage practices to take care of the soil and take care of the other parts of the ecosystem, using or working with the communities. But we are looking to work with everybody in the region. There's a lot of coffee production in the region, and we work with the people in those communities. In terms of education and in terms of the environment, there's an integral conservation project that we've been working on for many years. We've got several sections: biodiversity in the region, migration. We've named this Dangerous Journey. Birds in My Community. We have posters. We go to fairs and other presentations. So we also talk about the living soil. Agroecology is the main concept here. Teens and children is who many of these efforts are aimed at, because they will be the future owners of the soil and of the land. The long-term commitment here is to maintain the relationship, biocultural relationship, so that we can create spaces of learning for conservation and to disseminate scientific learning. There are many organizations that are shown here on the right, including Environment and Climate Change Canada, that are supporting and working with us in these efforts. For us, this is very important. It's very important to strengthen and revitalize the Tu'un Savi. The language of clouds is the name of a project that we have here in the same region. As we well know, there's a close link between indigenous languages and maintaining them and maintaining biodiversity. So we're seeking to get the indigenous language name for the birds, and we work with students in the region so that they can become researchers in a sense, and they can create an intergenerational dialogue with elders in their communities. And we do this with the purpose of sensitizing the importance of language, the collective memory that we believe has lots to do with safekeeping biodiversity. We do this with the Kilmeth Bird Observatory and, of course, other authorities. Lastly, tourism, community tourism for bird observation. This is at the early stages. This is an initiative that was asked or that was requested by the community. This is one of the assemblies where they accepted people from the common lands, approved our project, or the project. The assembly was also a forum where we presented all of our work as part of scientific dissemination, of course. Lastly, actually, before we go to this slide, we are in the stage where we're seeking for funding so that we can have binoculars, guides, and other materials so that we can, for the project, we're speaking with the community. We're in the dialogue phase so that we can explain what this would entail and how it might be done in the particular area. This next slide shows some points that are worth highlighting, some salient items. I was reading one of the questions. My apologies, I got distracted. So it's worth highlighting, and we are firmly committed to the idea that to do conservation and investigation, we need to have education that has the same weight, just as important. And that's why in Chicatana, we do research that is ethnobiological. This is a sort of summary of what we've been doing in all of these strategies. Several of the presentation has shown that there's an overlap between the species in the regions that we work in. We work in critical habitats like the cloud forest, which is very vulnerable. We have endemic species, and these are also part of agrarian centers in Mexico, which comprise over 80% of biodiversity in Mexico. Generally, there are highly marginalized indigenous groups in these areas. We've mentioned this before. Throughout history, indigenous communities have been the main agents in charge of caring for the environment, but that doesn't mean that we need to give them the full responsibility, but rather we all need to take a part in this. We need to actively take a role. So the commitment that we made and make in the long term through all these projects, we can, in Chicatana, through its partners and with its partners, we strengthen conservation efforts that are trinational for species and ecosystems. Lastly, I'd like to mention all the institutions and thank all the institutions that are our allies that have allowed us to continue our work. The Institute for Bird Population, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Tierra de Aves, Climate Observatory, Colorado State University, Wild Dimension Natural, and the authorities from the community of Santa Maria. And that is it from me. I thank you all.
Thank you, Sergio, for the great presentation. Very inspiring, and learning about all the different elements of engagement with the communities and the conservation work that you and other partners are promoting in that area. I really love that idea of the lenguaje de las nubes. It's really seems like a really awesome way to connect locally with the indigenous communities and their love and appreciation for their lands. So that's a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We have 4 minutes for our question and comments session. So I would like to briefly open it up if somebody in the room or online would like to ask a follow-up question or make a comment regarding any of what has been presented or during this session. We'll open the floor. I think there was a couple comments on the chat acknowledging the work and congratulating the partners on their work that they presented on. So thank you for that. Just to remind folks, we are recording these sessions, and in a few weeks, we'll send out an email to the Partners of Flight Western Working Group, letting everyone know that the presentations are available for viewing. So if you would like to follow up with any of the presenters, or if you would like to reach out and would like their contact information, those presentations will be available online. Okay, what's the question? I missed the question. Okay, let me see. Okay. So, okay. Oliver, would you like to read your question online? Or
Okay, I can do that.
Adelante.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. My question to Sergio, now for your projects in the Bird Observatory, how do you finance this? Do you only strictly have donors, or do you also have allies, partners who pay a yearly quote, or what structure do you use? Thank you, Oliver. Thank you for your question. Currently, we work on the basis of donations to activate the projects. We don't have a structure for partners, for members rather, but this is precisely what we're seeking. so that we can have a continuous action and follow up through our projects, and we don't have to seek bursaries or otherwise all the time. So we're very pleased to have interest in this. We're legally incorporated or constituted rather. We are an association as such, and so we are able to get other means of financing. This is a possibility. Oh, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Any other questions or comments in the last couple of minutes? It's really great hearing this person learning about the different projects and works. And I think Hira Walker from the Yellow-billed Cuckoo Working Group made a comment regarding, how can we more formally facilitate this kind of connections and partnerships. I just learned that Montana Game and Fish had supported Sergio's work. And so that's really cool. So I'm learning many things as part of this sharing experiences. I think that's the whole point of this. We have multiple objectives, and this is obviously one of the main ones, is to really learn about our partners or how they're working, and the collaborations and how we can expand and support those. Unfortunately, we run out of time, so we'll take a break for lunch. We'll be back in an hour and continue our session. Thank you for everyone, and thank you for your understanding with the technical difficulties, and thank you for the translators as well. So we'll be back in an hour.
Hola, hola. Buenas tardes. Primera llamada. A ver si ya regresa gente.
Hola, hola Saraí, muy buenas tardes.
Hola, Alfonso.
Me acabo de unir, me disculpan, andaban otras cosas. Pero ¿qué sesión es la que sigue?
La sección que sigue es la tercera y es en relación a un panel abierto que vamos a tener con algunos invitados.
Ah, perfecto. Vale, vale.
Va a estar padre, porque ustedes
Buenísimo.
también nos van a acompañar y ahí tienen que pensar un poco qué respuesta darían mientras los panelistas dan una respuesta.
Perfecto, listo.
Y después ya viene la otra sección que son los mecanismos de financiamiento.
Vale, excelente. Vale.
¿Vale?
Creo que en esa nos
Ya.
toca también presentar.
Sí, sí, perfecto. Entonces vamos con la segunda llamada. Hola, hola, primera llamada y comenzamos.
Hello, well, let us begin. Those who are already connected in the studio and elsewhere.
Muy bien, ya se ven por allá. ¿Qué tal el lunch, la
Good.
comida?
How was your lunch? How was the food?
Bien.
Good?
Aquí en
Great.
los trópicos es como
Here in the tropics,
hace mucho calor.
it's too early to eat. It's too warm. But that's going to make this section more interesting because nobody is going to feel sleepy. I don't know if the panelists are here already. I'm going to start calling on them one by one. Eva, can you hear the interpretation? And are you already prepared to start? Hello, here we are from Guatemala. Excellent.
So
Great. All right, well, we will start this open panel. I'm so excited to see you. I'm so excited to see you in Guatemala. And that's the way it is with the pandemic. We got used to being online, and we think this is a great way of getting together for those who can't travel. Now we will go on to our third section, which is the panel with partners who are committed to bird conservation. And our goal here is to identify common objectives and as well as common themes of our work, ecosystems, threats, communities, and so on, in order to strengthen cooperation and to strengthen the protection of migrating birds on the Western Flyway. I'm going to introduce the speakers. Please wave when your name is mentioned. First, we have Tatiana Sanchez from Amasillas Network of Observers of Birds in Mexico. We cordially welcome her. Great. Thank you very much, Tatiana. And it's a pleasure to have you with us here today. Now we have Tara Cahill from Community Cloud Forest Conservation Guatemala. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for being here. And we have Oliver Comar of Aves Honduras. Where are you? There you are. And then we also have Fernando Gavito of Terra Peninsular, Mexico. Where's Fernando? There, Fernando. And the director of the reserve, the wildlife reserve. He is a former director of the Sierra de Manantlan Biosphere Reserve, and we miss him a lot. So we have our 4 groups of panelists, and now I'm going to explain how this is going to work. We have about an hour and 20 minutes for this panel, and the mechanism will be as follows. Until the end of the section, you can put your questions up in the chat, and they will be answered at the end of the presentations. I invite participants to identify with the experiences of the panelists. Each speaker will be able to speak twice, so listen to this, panelists, please. You are going to imagine that you're going to a very important meeting to get financing, and you want to make the importance of your work known. In the elevator, you meet somebody who is very important for your work. So you're going to the same meeting and you meet the person before the meeting, and you have to take advantage of having them in the elevator. So you have to take 2, at the most 3 minutes to convince this person. You have another opportunity to meet them outside. You'll have a second opportunity to speak to them outside a meeting, and you've got to convince them that you have a very important project and make sure that they listen to you. You, the public, should imagine what it's like to be in this situation. So the first round is going to be led by Claudia Macias, and Edwin will lead the second round. So let's begin with Claudia. Claudia is going to ask you a question to start the ball rolling now. Thank you. Claudia? Wait a minute. I don't see Claudia. Where's Claudia Macias? Oh dear, she's not here. Well, no problem. I will ask you the question. One of the things that you might start to convince your listener about is where you work, with what alliance, and what actions you undertake. You only have 2 to 3 minutes to answer this question. Tell me who you are, where you work, with what species, with what partners. And you have to do this in such a way that you're convincing the person who's listening to you. Would you like us to start with Tati? All right, panelists, where are you? I don't see you. I feel like one of the people in The Wolf of Wall Street. Sell me this pen. You have 2 minutes. I'm here representing the network of the Llamasillas network of birds observers to encourage the opening of spaces for women in science and conservation. As you're aware, a lot of this work needs to be done, and we can get better results with whatever species we have and whatever habitats we're dealing with. We've all worked with communities, and what strikes me is that on the page of Compañeros de Vuelo of PIF, mention is made that we have to work with landowners. This is very interesting. And I see it everywhere on the page. Claudia Macias was saying that it has to be translated into Spanish. And it seems essential to me that we work in close connection with the network in fora where there is a good understanding of the connection between conservation and justice, truth, inclusion, and equity, and what is being done in conservation science. So if we are talking about landowners, I should point out that women are not the majority of landowners. This is the same with the economy and social situations. And I should also point out that if you work in the community, you'll probably hear that women are the ones who till the soil and carry loads. And we know that it's that the population is split 50-50, but very often those who are leading conservation work, those who have their hands in the ground, are women. So if I may mention something which I think is interesting, from the mission, objectives, and vision, this should be linked to our shared goals of justice, truth, and equity. We shouldn't just think of landowners. I think that's more than 2 minutes. Please buy the pens, please. Excellent, you did very well. All right, now we're going one by one. If you wish, we have our next guest, Oliver. Oliver, do you want to go next? Okay, yes, sorry, I'm happy to do that. In English or Spanish. Is it important? There is simultaneous interpretation.
I'm from Honduras. I live and work in Honduras. I'm a university professor here, but I'm also the president of the Junta Directiva, or the board of directors, of Aves Honduras. You may have already heard of us because we've been around for 13 years, but our name was the Asociación Hondureña de Ornitología, or ASHO. But now we are known as Aves Honduras because we had a strategic planning process, and we identified that to be more accessible to a wider audience, and we needed to change our name and our image. So we changed our logo, we changed our name to Aves Honduras. So what do we do? Well, you mentioned that you wanted to know about species that we work with and alliances. We work with all birds. We promote the consciencia or consciousness of the general public about all birds and their habitats. We especially have been involved in some research projects with shorebirds and water birds, but also monitoring land birds. And we basically promote the conservation of all birds. And in terms of networks, we have our own network here in Honduras with bird clubs. We have 14 bird clubs that are affiliated with our organization, and we are a national organization. Let's see, the next question is, what do we do? And the answer to that is that we have 4 pillars. We are concerned with conservation of birds, education about birds, research about birds, and also promoting birding tourism, or what we call in Honduras, aviturismo, because that's something that can really help improve the local economies. And of course, that's an important conservation strategy also. So that's all I'll say for now, since the elevator is arriving. And I'm sure I'll see you all in a few minutes and be able to explain some more.
Muchas gracias, Oliver.
Thank you very much, Oliver. That was a great answer. Now we go on to Tara Cahill. I don't know if I said your name properly, but please go ahead. Yes, we're both here. Tara and Roberto, or Rob. And Rob is going to answer. When following what Oliver said, that we are focused on bird habitat, on habitat conservation. This is for all birds. The interesting thing about it, from where we are, is that we are at the intersection of 2 flyways. On just one tree where we are, we can have the eastern wood pewee and the western wood pewee on the same tree. And we could have a green warbler and the Hounsler's warbler from the US, or Wilson's warbler, which comes from Minnesota or Manitoba. So we're at the meeting point of the 2 flyways. Well, 3 flyways really, because we have the golden cheek warbler as well. When it comes to our focus on conservation, golden cheek warbler among them, we're at the very spot where the golden cheek warblers and the olive-sided flycatcher as well, and other species of interest, as well as the Philadelphia vireo and the willow flycatcher and other species we have here. We have the golden winged warbler and the wood thrush, which come more from the east. So as I was saying, we're at the nexus of the flyways where they intersect. We also have the oscillated quail and the bearded screech owl here in Honduras. We share the bearded screech owl with Claudia Macias and our friends in Chiapas. But 2 or 3 months ago, we met the bearded screech owl at our educational center, or rather we found it. We have environmental education. We have a program which syncs with Tatiana's program, which is focused on women and birds. Environmental education for women leaders in agriculture and conservation. That's our flagship program, our signature program, if you will. We also have the Kids and Birds program during the school year, where we have kids from 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, as well as middle and high school students who come in for a 4-day camp. And the curriculum is entitled Birds of My World. There's Claudia. The curriculum comes from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. And they also get lessons in eco-agriculture. One of the common threads that pulls everything we do together is promoting the idea of agroecology, because we believe that we can rebuild habitat, which is good for birds at the same time as we improve livelihoods, income generation, food security, family nutrition, everything that needs to be done for development, for community development, can be done through agroecology. And in this way, we have a win-win. We have bird habitat, food security, income generation, all in one basket. A dynamic which is very much at the forefront here is the population in the rural setting and our need to work in villages to reach them. That's our 2 minutes. Thank you very much. And we have our last presentation, which will be Fernando Gavita of Terra Peninsular. Go ahead, Fernando. Thank you for the invitation, Sarai. I'm getting in the elevator, so I meet a person, and when you get into an elevator, before you start a meeting, you should have a little something to calm your nerves and get on the same wavelength. And do you know where the best wines come from? The Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is where the best wines are produced. And in the Americas, the Mediterranean is Baja California. It's a peninsula, and in the only well-preserved virgin forest of Mediterranean climate in the world is in Baja California. And this is where Terra Peninsular works. But we don't only work in temperate forests, we also work in wetlands with species like the Canadian brant, with increasingly low populations in Canada, but in Mexico, there are a lot of populations. There's hunting, and the barnacle goose is protected because of the weeds which are to be found here. There are tourist areas on beaches where people can come and see the nesting birds, how we protect them, and how we are doing environmental conservation. We use these protected areas for conservation. Many of the areas belong to Terra, and we work with the community in order to preserve spaces. I believe that protecting the Mediterranean will strengthen the community. There you go, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Fernando. At the beginning, I thought, wow, you said from the Mediterranean. I was confused. But anyways, let's continue. Each of our panelists already shared how they work and who they work with, and some details about their current situations. Now we're going to invite Edwin to facilitate the second round. Edwin, are you there?
Sí, aquí estoy. ¿Me escuchan? Muy bien.
Te
Bueno,
escuchamos.
primero les quiero agradecer a los panelistas por ser breves y puntuales en compartir cómo trabajan en las zonas donde han trabajado. Pusimos ese tiempo limitante para digamos, sacar lo más crítico, los detalles que ustedes querían compartir con nosotros y con el resto del PIF, y para continuar la conversación. Las segundas dos preguntas que tenemos, y es más para generar una oportunidad de abrir una conversación, ¿verdad? Y de conocer más cómo trabajan y ver si podemos establecer o generar oportunidades de conservación. Así es que voy a hacer las dos preguntas juntas y así ustedes se pueden tomar el tiempo para contestarlas y vamos a continuar con la ronda. Voy a comenzar con Oliver porque el que me aparece primero en mi pantalla aquí. ¿Cuáles son algunos vacíos de conservación o necesidades en Honduras y tomando en cuenta eso, cómo la red de PIF pudiera apoyar apoyar en eso o qué tipo de oportunidades de financiamiento pudieran contribuir a seguir trabajando, ¿verdad? Y atender algunas necesidades que identifiques y así, digamos, digamos, para generar cómo se pudiera trabajar juntos y avanzar juntos y apoyar las metas y los objetivos que cada uno de ustedes vienen trabajando. Adelante, Oliver.
Ok, gracias, Edwin. Bueno, interesante pregunta. Yo creo que una de las grandes necesidades de conservación es que hay más contacto.
I think one of the main needs is that there needs to be more contact when people start to understand what the problems in the field are. For example, locally, there are people who live in the cities and they're afraid of going out into the countryside and visiting protected areas. And therefore, they don't have an understanding of biodiversity, of birds in general. And if they don't understand it, then it doesn't matter to them. Once people start understanding their surroundings, then they can feel motivated to do something. They can care about it. However, at a local level, well, that's one of the main problems, that at a local level, people in the cities are scared of going into the countryside, going outside of the city. What we're trying to do in Aves Honduras is to offer tours and encourage people to go outside of urban areas into the rural spaces. And that's something that could be done outside of Honduras as well. It's a way of involving different partners and flights partners. For example, colleagues in other countries don't have a lot of knowledge about Honduras, and they might not be interested or motivated to help us resolve problems in Honduras. Therefore, we would like to encourage more bird tourism from Canada, United States, even Mexico in Honduras. There's so much to see and do in Honduras. There are so many species to see in Honduras, but very few people come to Honduras to get involved in conservation. Those who do come to do bird tourism sometimes collaborate with donations, but we see very little of that. They're not familiar with the kind of organizations that they can donate to, or they make very small donations. So this is one need that we have. There are probably hundreds of needs related to conservation in all countries, but that's one that's top of mind, and I'm interested in hearing what others can share. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I'd just like to mention that one of the things that we're about to do, it's in our plan for this year, it's to offer guided tours, short guided tours, about 3 days maximum, so that professionals in the city can participate in guided tours in protected areas. Once we have that on our website, it will be easier for foreigners who want to visit Honduras can participate in a short tour with Aves Honduras. And we know people that could guide the tour. And it would be an opportunity to encourage people to learn more about our area. Thank you, Edwin.
Gracias, Oliver, por esos comentarios y
Thank you, Oliver, for those
compartir.
comments and for sharing that example.
Pues seguimos con las mismas preguntas a nuestro siguiente analista. Tara y Robert de Community Cloud Forest Conservation, si pudieran compartir sus observaciones y comentarios. Está en mudo el sonido. Adelante.
Perdón. Uno de los espacios que creo que sería muy bueno de apoyar es
I think one of the spaces that we should support is that we need more opportunities for exchange, opportunities to get to know different organizations in the country and also in the region, such as Honduras, Chiapas, Guatemala, Salvador. Maybe we could do something every year. Something where we can go to a place, get to know that place, get to know each other, interact, maybe through a conference. It would be excellent. I learned a lot when we visited Claudia in Chiapas. I think those opportunities are very valuable. We're all working in a way that's very isolated. And what goes hand in hand with that is that we also need to establish links with other organizations that are in favor of conservation, but maybe they work with other species or amphibians or reptiles or water even. Maybe there's a group that is dedicated to conserving water in a community. Then we could work hand in hand with them on issues such as forest conservation and other similar issues. That's what I see as a weakness that we currently have. We need more opportunities to get to know each other. Today is a good example. We're connected, even if it's virtual. Thank you so much for inviting us, and it's such a pleasure to get to know all of you. It's such a pleasure that we continue to connect and meet, and it's an opportunity to learn about each other's projects, to share and learn more. And Claudia and Oliver have had the opportunity to come here. We want to continue with those kinds of visits. Let's all go together to visit Honduras.
Thank you for those comments. And I think it's definitely one of the central themes of Partners in Flight, and other groups like Partners in Flight, that we want to create that open space and forum to engage in conversations and to learn about our projects and to identify those opportunities either for collaboration or for visiting and really learning more about the different areas that we work in and that we care about. Next, Tatiana Sanchez from Amasilias, if you would share with us your comments and responses to that questions.
Thank you, Edwin. I'd like to begin with a brief intro because I think history is important for the context, to understand the context. The network started in 2019 based on the Urban Birds program from Conabio. And I would have loved for you all to be there. It was very interesting. The acceptance was interesting, but also Saraí, Claudia, Lizzie was there. I think Saraí and Lizzie were there at the time. It was a whole thing. And when it comes to fieldwork, science, conservation, participatory conservation, I think that Amasilias has advanced significantly. Our network includes more than 100 people in different parts of Mexico. Participation is voluntary and led by volunteers. We observe and we do projects, counting projects where we have safe spaces. We also think that bird tourism is something that we can promote through the Women's Network, connected to safety, strengthening communities. There's a network, for example, in Mazatlan called Las Charas, and one of the Amazilias helped to create that organization. We received support from an organization. However, we came to feminism very late, and it's not something that we understood very well. That's why it's very important for us, because our generation is very focused on equity, and our generation probably won't see equality. I don't like to use the word club. I rather use the word group or network. That's why it's so essential right now. We work on issues related to leadership. There's a smaller number of women, for example. And this is a network that includes women that are very prepared, students, women with degrees, masters, and PhDs. And when we talk to each other in these spaces, we know we've suffered similar circumstances, and we continue to suffer, especially when we find ourselves under adverse conditions. We're interested in helping others. We also have a course that we chose for youth, because we think that youth is an age that is not very represented. They have less opportunities to connect between feminism and birds. It's a fabulous course. Each of us who is involved in this course works with monitoring, registration of birds, and we connect it to subjects related to feminism. We think that autonomy is essential. And we're referring not only here to spaces to listen and understand, it goes much more beyond that. I'll come back to the question now, because if we want something from Partners in Flight, I think it's a time when many institutions are working on this. An international organization maybe doesn't know how much it helps us that they also have a position in terms of inclusion. We're speaking from about the heart or the brain. This helps us. If we're in situations where that subject might be considered absurd in our local spaces and social spaces, if the international organization supports us in terms of equality, that would help us. We need more members, we need more financing, we need more information, and PIF tools would be very helpful. It's essential for us for PIF to dress itself in the colors of inclusion. There's a word I just learned that I really like. I don't know what it is in Spanish, but in English, tecnistic. And let's talk about intersectionality. We talk about women, of indigenous women, women with disabilities, women in poverty. And we need to be very aware of all these subjects. That's also essential for the results in conservation. We need to do things differently. Although magnificent work is already being done, but some things are not happening. And Sarai said something essential a little while ago in connection to Latin America and how we work. Here, the meetings start by asking, how are you? How do you feel? And then the discussion moves on in terms of what we do. In participatory science, we love getting to know each other personally. I think this is what it's like in community work. And also from education, I don't want to fall into stereotypes. Women have these qualities. I think a key word is continuity. This connection, this interrelation has continuity. And if it's not the present situation of conservation, it should be the future of conservation. And I think that it concludes my time. Thank you.
Gracias, Tatiana, por compartir esas palabras muy
Thank you,
importantes y
Tatiana. Thank
profundas.
you for sharing those deep reflections and comments.
Y creo que también se conectan a un comentario que hizo Oliver sobre la necesidad y el deseo de conectar a la gente de la ciudad, por ejemplo, con las zonas naturales. Es un tema que nosotros en Arizona también discutimos más generalmente. Por ejemplo, tenemos comunidades latinas que se sienten desconectadas de la naturaleza, pero en gran parte es porque las instituciones no tenemos los mecanismos apropiados y de valor para las comunidades donde ellas se sientan conectadas y se sientan consideradas que son parte del paisaje humano y es un reto muy fuerte que lo vivimos aquí en Arizona también, por ejemplo. Así que gracias por compartir esas palabras. Vamos a continuar con Fernando de Tierra Peninsular, que nos comparte algunos comentarios en base a las preguntas que hemos hecho. Adelante, Fernando.
Gracias, Edwin. Hola a todos otra vez. Bueno, yo creo que los vacíos o las necesidades que
I think the
desde
gaps or needs that we see from the platform, Peninsular, is just one way to see it, but also from other platforms. From background information, it's clear that building alliances is the key to success in whatever we do. It's not just the responsibility of the government or a single stakeholder in civil society to be able to be successful, but independently of this linking and this coordination and the furthering of all the alliances, what I'm getting at is that Partners in Flight, how can they help? And I believe maintaining the alliances is just one of the ways. Just the fact that we're here together, sharing, is impactful, important. We need to maintain this. I also think that the information that is being shared through the platform, through the digital platform, is very valuable. We need to be committed to continue using it. As participants of and members of Partners in Flight, people are there for us to help in good times and bad times, and I would like to have a more collaborative way to build, perhaps at the beginning just in the strategy, to how to disseminate information on birds, but also good practices, good experiences, success, and various other things that could be implemented at various points in the continent. and how we could include other stakeholders, large and small organizations. I think we all have much that we can help and we can contribute with, that we can then put all the information together and ultimately produce a very simple, and this is a challenge, document that can be sent to everyone in the entire continent that might be interested in birds, institutions that might be able to use the material, and they can help further disseminate this. I know Partners in Flight has made many efforts to provide publications, develop them, to establish good practices and other items. I think that we need to do this without wanting to be the protagonists. If we have our logo as our webpage on our webpage, that also already means that we're part of Partners in Flight. So I think we can get support in maintaining our activities, and yes, dissemination is the main activity where we can help, and I think we can get help, and that is of course our responsibility with society is to do that, and we need to be doing it with a streamlined communication. I think this could strengthen us, certainly. We're all speaking the same language. If we do this, same language to everyone, we can be consistent with our expression of good practices. So I think that's one of the great possibilities, and that's something very valuable for Partners in Flight. So I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando, for sharing those words and comments with us. I think now, is it Sarai or Claudia will moderate the discussion, the conversation. If there's comments or questions from any of the participants here, or if they would like to share their own experiences. So Claudia.
Gracias. Me disculpo que
Thank you. My apologies. My internet crashed, and of course we're used to technical issues. Thank you. I'm very pleased to see you all here. Thank you to the panelists as well for being here and for sharing. What I'm hearing today is all very enriching. This gives us ideas, challenges, tells us how we can continue to collaborate. What I was saying before lunch is that one of the things that we're seeking in this meeting, this Partners in Flight meeting, is to include more of a Latin American experience, greater representation. We've had different stories. There's been different moments where in Partners in Flight, for various reasons, sometimes there's a greater or a lesser participation from Latin America. But our intention is to increase, and that's why we've given you the floor today and the space to provide your initiatives. We want to continue to grow because together we can make these come to fruition. I think we need to be ambitious and dream. So these proposals are possible, of course. This group, the Western Working Group of Partners in Flight, we are of course all on the western portion of the continent. There's much that we share well beyond birds. We've made efforts to create a continental action plan, a Western Forest Conservation Strategy, or something to that effect. And Oliver was part of the beginning of that. This was in 2013. We've been working on it for 10 years. We've got a framework. We've built something. We've got a structure. It has not been easy. Distance, the pandemic, other factors. But we can take this on again. We can resume this. We can enrich this, and we can start implementing some of the actions. When I was listening to Tania and all of what Amacilias does, and considering all the work done by Tara and Rob, they work with women, with teen girls. There's a linkage there that is very clear. And of course, the Amazonas network could grow to South America, to Central America. We can together as women do, there's much further we can do there. Tatiana, with respect to what you said on women, inclusion, equity, this applies certainly not only to urban settings. There are challenges there, but the rural part has there's much to do there. Taryn, Rob, you can you can speak to this, the life of women in rural settings. From the time that they're very young, their experience is different. Parents themselves sometimes even promote and encourage early marriage at a very early age. So not to say that there's, or rather, this is to say that their opportunities are different. They don't have the same opportunities that urban settings do. It's well documented that the management of the territory and natural resources in rural settings is handled by women. Food, wood, natural resources. These are just examples. So these are examples that show us that it makes perfect sense to do this. I love Tatiana's idea to have an intersectional approach in Partners in Flight of gender equity. And this is amongst many, many other items with respect to social justice and climate justice that we're considering. This is fascinating, what I've heard today, all your experience. Oliver, please, if you've got something to say, I saw that you raised your hand. Well, thank you, Claudia. I think it's important to highlight one other great need that we have in Central America and anywhere that PIF can provide support. And somebody also mentioned owners earlier. I can't remember who did this, but there are many owners of forest land in Honduras or other countries. These are individuals who own forest lands. They seek to maintain and conserve these areas. They don't want to give them to the state. They don't want it to become a protected area because of the particular legal provisions that might apply. In Honduras, we identified this as a great opportunity for conservation and for bird tourism and for research, for bird-related research. We are at the beginning of a novel program in Central America that is based on the experiences from North America as bird sanctuaries. Bird Sanctuaries Honduras is the name, and we're signing long-term agreements with landowners. We're negotiating 5 at the moment, but we've got a list of 5 others that are waiting to negotiate with us as well, so that we can create a network of sanctuaries for birds in Honduras. We will support owners to manage their properties in a way that's consistent. We'll have visibility, we'll have the logo and whatnot, but the idea is that people can go to these places and have walks, and they have a guide that will explain the various birds that they might see and the lizards and plants and other animals. Sergio, your microphone is on. Just one thing I'd like to add. Yes, so our vision in Honduras in respect of sanctuaries has been inspired by the Algamo societies in Massachusetts and other states. The Audubon Society in Massachusetts is a network of 60 education centers in 115 properties that are not national parks, not state parks, but rather are sanctuaries for birds that are from the Audubon Society of Massachusetts. And other states in the United States have similar sanctuaries. The Audubon Society has, I believe, more than 100,000 members. we think it's necessary to have people join organizations, societies, also in Honduras, not so that we're not just one more consultant, but rather that we are the place where all people, not just scientists, not just bird watchers, they can all gather, they can all join the cause for conservation. That's our vision. That's what we're pushing and encouraging. We're encouraging membership. We're doing this strongly. The Sierra Club and the Audubon Society and all of these initiatives that are similar in the United States, we're trying to create a strong link with members. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. That's very interesting. These topic or this theme of voluntary conservation is very, very important, very interesting. In Mexico, there's a long history of voluntary conservation, and in Guatemala situation, there are similar situations with private reserves. There's much to share in this respect. Does anybody else want to make a comment? The microphone and the floor is open for the entire the entire participants, the entirety of participants. We'd like to know what our panelists are doing with their initiatives, but we want to connect. If anyone heard something that they're interested in, something that's connected to what they're working with, a strategy or a theme or topic that's of interest, this could be a good opportunity to connect with some of these panelists and connect with their work in other countries or regions. Any other comment in another respect is also welcome. Please go ahead. I had my hand raised, but I think my background didn't allow for it to be seen. Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. Truly, the situation that we are experiencing, the situations that you've shared, make us reflect on what we have around us. I believe each and every one of you has much to contribute. Tati, for instance, this axis needs to be a part of Partners in Flight. How to incorporate the JID-I that you've mentioned. Now, as Oliver was just saying, and with others remarked in a similar vein, we need to listen. We need to have spaces for these things to happen. Journeys and trips where we can get together. The internet certainly has made great strides for us to be able to connect. Technology and being able to have a way of connecting, even if we can't travel in person, we can share this way. I believe this is fantastic. In terms of connection, the challenges vis-a-vis government, as was mentioned by Fernando, I think, or rather, I have a question that perhaps will be answered in the next section, and it's to do with financing. Financing and funding is not always sufficient, and it's hardly ever sufficient for education in time. Much of what has been mentioned is capacity, or training, rather. In bird tourism, I think this is a great opportunity. In Mexico, for instance, the statistics were quite surprising. More than 1,500% increase in bird tourism. Mexican nationals going on bird tourism trips. This is not something that we had before. We only had this for foreigners coming into Mexico, but the increase, this drastic increase, shows that this is an excellent opportunity. Groups like Amasilia or Copao or many others, like Oliver, your groups in Honduras or other groups in Guatemala, need to have teammates, collaborators. And this is a part that is restricted sometimes. And I have a question for the following section, or if somebody knows the answer, is how, from Partners in Flight, how could we finance, or how could we contribute or support these requirements that we have for people? Ultimately, we're all here on a voluntary basis. We are here sharing, sure. I don't think, however, that we have that financial support, financing from Partners in Flight for Latin America, so that we can have training groups, for instance, or equipment or personnel to do environmental training workshops, for instance. So I'd like to hear your thoughts about this.
I wasn't sure if that was a question for me or not. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, well, so hello, everyone. My name is Guy Fawkes. I work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the Migratory Bird Program. And my primary job is to coordinate the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Act. And I guess if I understood the question correctly, I mean, you know, the Neotrop program itself can allow you to do just about anything you can imagine doing to help a neotropical migratory bird species. Unfortunately, it doesn't have completely wide open parameters to allow everyone to ask for however much money it is that they need to do all of that. There are conditions that come with the legislation. However, if you could navigate those conditions, come up with the required amount of matching contributions, et cetera, certainly the Neotrop Act could be a place where, you know, there is opportunity for all sorts of creative sort of solutions. I mean, I guess one thing, and it's not completely the answer to the question, but since I'm speaking and I was thinking about it and we've been thinking about it, is, you know, it occurred to me, what might Partners in Flight, I mean, what if we found some space to have more in-depth conversations about diversity, equity, justice, inclusion elements, and how one, you know, the funding mechanisms can better, you know, calibrate themselves to creating the opportunities that we want to see to encourage and empower, you know, more justice, equity, inclusion, diversity within the conservation framework in which we're operating. I mean, it's a wide open topic for exploration. And, you know, I'm certainly curious about, you know, what ways the Neotrop program, you know, might be able to facilitate things. And that's just one example. But, you know, there's obviously a lot to learn in this arena. And so I'm just curious what Partners in Flight might be able to facilitate there. Sorry for taking up so much time.
Está perfecto, Guy. Muchísimas gracias.
Great, Guy. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your opinions. And Jennifer Davis also raised her hand. Go ahead, Jen. The coordinator of the Western Working Group. Please, Jen. Welcome.
Thank you, Claudia. Yeah, Guy, that is a really, that's kind of right where my mind went. Tatiana, I really appreciate your thoughts about the intersection of bird conservation and feminism, and then this larger just justice, equity, and inclusion in the bird conservation world. And American Bird Conservancy this past year launched a Conservation and Justice Fellowship program. And this could be a really great topic to get a Partners in Flight Conservation and Justice Fellow to kind of look at this holistically and where the intersection and the collaborations could form. Because I think that's where we are, is this is especially in the, North America, I could speak, it's still a new and emerging, framework really to look at conservation through this new lens. And so this would be, I think, a great conservation and justice fellowship. So if that's something that people are interested in, I would be more than happy to help work that, at least through the American Bird Conservancy angle.
Fantástico. Muy bien.
Fantastic.
Muchas
Great.
gracias, Jen.
Thank you very much, Jen.
¿Alguien más que quiera?
Would anybody else like to share their opinions
¿Alguna impresión, alguna conclusión para
or their impressions or any conclusions they would like to share as we approach the end?
Tatiana, sí, adelante.
Tatiana, please go ahead. I just wanted to express my thanks for this space. I've felt very encouraged as I listen to you, because it sometimes seems that all this work that we're doing doesn't have anything to do with conservation. So I feel very encouraged by your response. And I think it's also a question of humanity. So here in the network, we will go on working, continue learning, and of course, we're open to any participation. We'd like to go to forums. We are learning from all this, and we are passing this learning on to the people we work with, women, girls, older women.
Que debería de mencionarse, importante, ¿no? En minorías.
If I'm trying to think of the groups I should mention, whether they're important or not, minorities as well, of course, and intersectionality is also important. Now that we're beginning to talk about Latin American presence, I'd like to stress the presence of those people for whom it's more complicated to attend in person. It's good for them to see a way that they can make their presence felt, that they can attend, so that we can learn together how to do things better. I'm sorry that was so long. Thank you, Tatiana. Now, Ana, you have the floor. Ana Gonzalez.
Está silenciada.
Your mic is muted, Ana.
I'm here. And I have a comment about the importance of our group and other groups that focus on overwintering ground and conservation and research. I'm surprised still to find resistance about the importance of the wintering grounds for conservation of neotropical migrants. And sometimes it's very frustrating because I think, like, I don't know what else do we have to do to show or to prove that the work on the wintering grounds is important. I mean, we have shown that through science and through research that what is happening on the wintering grounds is driving population declines for some species. So I think something that we need to keep doing is to keep like promoting and like supporting the importance of winter grounds research and conservation, because I feel like despite all the work that we have been doing during the last, I don't know, 20, 25 years, maybe longer, I feel like still sometimes we have like to fight to like not with everyone, but yeah, I guess my point is there's still resistance. And for me, that is quite frustrating. I don't know what else do we have to do to, to promote our work, like full annual cycle work in general. So I think as a Partners in Flight, like Eastern Working Group, Western Working Group, we need to keep promoting the importance of the work that we are doing, because I feel like we still have to, like, a long way to go to find the support that we need, and especially the funding, or like we need a lot of work to do at a large scale of the wintering grounds if we want to see like the conservation outcomes that we want. And I think I don't believe that we are still there. We still don't have the support that we need to do that.
Muchas gracias, Ana.
Thank you very much, Anna. What you're bringing up is a real challenge. One of the biggest challenges, indeed. What we've been trying to do in the framework of Partners in Flight is to have these conservation plans that help us to bring together and guide strategies. A while ago, you shared the investment plan that they had in the Eastern Group. In many ways, I like these plans because the financiers, the people with the funds, take them seriously. For example, the migratory birds, people take these plans seriously and they use them as a guide for proposals. So I think that's one way of going about it. Another is working together. The intention of all of this, let me repeat, is to see how we have so many shared interests. There are so many things to put together, and shared needs as well. Partners in Flight is a network. It seeks to put together those experiences, those capacities, and those visions. And ultimately, the most important thing for all of us is birds. There are dramatic data about the steep decline in birds, and this is part of the work of conservation. But we already said that ultimately, what interests us is habitats, ecosystems, and connection, and that applies to us. We should work on joint projects. We should bring those experiences together. There's a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of know-how. A series of themes have come up to the surface here. And with the team that's coordinating these sessions of the Western Working Group, I commit myself to reviewing the tapes, the conversation, the results of this brainstorming, because, of course, we have to follow up on this. We have to go beyond the simple brainstorming. We have to work together with you and see how we can continue to make progress and manage all of this together. Once again, let's invite more people. Let's bring in more initiatives you're familiar with. Initiatives that have a lot to share, that are on the same wavelength, so that we can work together. That's what we're looking for in this series of discussions and exchanges. Once again, I'd like to thank all of you. This has really been a very intense exercise. The deepest feelings have come to the surface. That's what this is all about. Thank you very much for sharing, for bringing things to the table, for describing the challenges. It's not easy, but we all want to do better. And we have a lot of capacity. So let's continue working with synergy. I'd like to welcome Terra Peninsular, the Amasilias Network, Aves Honduras, the Community Cloud Forest Conservation. I'd like to welcome all of you to the network of Partners in Flight. We have a lot to do, and thank you for being here and sharing your wealth of experience and your deepest concerns. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Thanks to all of you. Thank you. Edwin, would you like to take the next session? I think we're a bit, we've gone a bit early, aren't we? Guys says in the chat, we definitely need to continue to hold up space for these challenges and these conversations. As Claudia said, we should bring more allies and partners into these discussions. That's exactly what it's all about, Guy. Very enriching. Thank you.
So, Claudia, thank you for those wrap-up words, and there really a lot more work to do and conversations to continue. We're a little bit early, but we can break early. I do want to make two comments that relate to this session. One is I want to follow up a little bit on what Anna commented on regarding emphasizing the importance of wintering grounds to partners or potential funders in the U.S. And I think it's something that Partners in Flight has been working on, I think, really hard for the last few years. Part of this tools that we have been developing is to really paint that picture of the importance of this migratory species, the wintering ground habitats. That map that I showed earlier in a presentation where it identifies the linkages of Arizona priority species and where they generally winter in Mexico. I think that's one example how we have really worked really hard to make those linkages obvious to non-biologists, really more to decision makers. For example, for Southern Wings, which is a program where states support conservation of migratory birds on their wintering grounds, it has grown every year. It's grown little by little every year, but it has been growing, and I think it's because that message has been resonating with the states across the United States. Sometimes states are not able to participate because of administrative or regulatory reasons. It's not within their traditional framework or how they have allocated funding. But every year we have, states approaching Southern Wings, asking how they can support and participating in this conservation work. And so, for my perspective as a state government representative, is that hearing about these projects, hearing about those efforts that Oliver is working on in Honduras, how they're partnering with the Audubon societies. Those really, to me, provide additional ways of identifying potential collaborations, where there may be a state where a lot of those species are wintering in Honduras, and so I think it really plants the seeds of new projects, new collaborations, and I think that's critically important. And so I really enjoy learning about this different efforts. And I forget what was my other point, but it left my brain. So I need more coffee. Carol Biderman, I saw your hand up. Go ahead. We have a few more minutes.
Sure. I'm just reflecting on all this and thinking about aspects that we've struggled with for a long time in communication, making sure that we're reaching, engaging, including, offering to, as many as possible, that we have struggled with. How do we reach everybody? I mean, how do we, I look at our Partners in Flight website, and I know we don't have staff that is designated and paid to do just that. It has a lot of needs at the minimum to be translated, available in other languages. And that's a loud and clear message. But I also think about all the, let's say a state does want to reach out. How do they reach out, right? How do they reach if they have connections that they can see from these maps in certain countries? And at a certain point, it felt a little easier to do that if we had not a lead, but a group of people within a country, and we knew how to reach them and say, hey, we might have an opportunity. We'd love to collaborate. We'd love your input. So I just urge this group to think about how best to facilitate our communication going forward when we don't have the luxury, the finances, the capacity to get together face to face, which is always optimal. But what should we pursue to facilitate better communication channels so that we can get the word out equitably to everyone, to all the countries? We don't know what we don't know, so we may not know, people may not know about what Oliver is doing there in Honduras or some of these other efforts. And I know the website could feature maybe some of these stories. It'd be if we could get the capacity to do that and highlight some of the partners and the people and the successes. But first and foremost, how do we communicate better to be able to reach everybody who might want to participate?
Thank you, Carol, for those comments. Actually, that was my second thought, and you said it much more elegantly than but I was going to ask the panelists and any other partners here on Zoom, particularly those joining us from Latin America, to share what might be a different way of more effective communication. I really like the idea of the featuring stories of the work that these partners are doing on our Partners in Flight website. The website right now, it's very US centric, and that's something that they really need to work. And I know it's been discussed in the past. It should really reflect the spirit of what we've been talking about today. And it's because of the capacity, we have not been able to address that, but it's a need that's been identified, and it's been identified previously through these conversations in this session of Conservation Without Borders. So we definitely invite anyone to bring forth ideas or suggestions. How can we, as Partners in Flight, really be more effective at communicating with partners across the region? Or if it's a different approach or a different type of forum, we're definitely, what we want to do is be as successful as we can in engaging in those conversations. Adelante, Oliver.
Okay, well, let me just extend an invitation to anybody in the audience who is interested in following what we do in Honduras by becoming a member of Aves Honduras. It costs $20 a year, and you can sign up online. You can pay with a credit card online, fill out the inscription form, and a few minutes later, you're a member. And then you will get invitations to follow us on social networks, and you have reminders occasionally. Once a month, you'll get an email bulletin of the news that we're generating. We publish 4 or 5 articles a month on our blog, on our website, about the different projects that we're involved in. So anybody who would follow us would be in tune with what's going on in Honduras, and all you got to join us. And to tell you the truth, although I'm inviting you to join us as a supporting member with $20 a year, you can actually follow our social media for free. All you have to do is search for Aves Honduras on Facebook and Instagram and hit like, and you're following us. But you'll get the emails with the monthly bulletins. And we have a team now of people who are paid staff. We have a paid communications coordinator, a paid conservation coordinator, an executive director who's Thelma Calix, who I think is with us right now, who has just started this month. And our plan is to expand our team by another 4 people this year and have a even more active program soon. So please join us. All you got to do is go to our website, which is aveshonduras.org. Go to the, I think it's called the Unete page, or find a link to membership, membresía, and it's just all spelled out how to do it. Hopefully you won't have any problem with using your credit card. $20 a year.
Thanks, Oliver, for that invitation.
Thank you. Thank you for the space.
All right. So we have 2 minutes left before we go on our break, and I see that Rob has raised his hand. And Rob, you have our last 2 minutes of this session. Please take it away. Adelante, Rob. Escuchamos.
So just real quick, we're having a little lluvia de ideas here, so it's a little loud. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. So I love the idea of sharing stories. And we really like that idea a lot. And people today want to share their story. You know, I think it would be great to be able to to share these stories in some kind of a way before visiting one another, to have some meetings to share stories via Zoom, or even to once a story's been shared, maybe to follow up with updates on a social media platform where we can all somehow share each other or share with one another little stories, vignettes, anecdotes of whatever sort, you know, and that would be great just to have that kind of tool. And I think maybe something a little bit more in depth to start with, to kind of learn about each other's work, and then from there maybe updates on some sort of social media platform. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you for that. And again, thank you to all the panelists, and we really appreciate it. I know it's extra, it's more difficult and less enjoyable than being in person, you know, but we really appreciate you sharing your thoughts and sharing about your projects. And we definitely should plan an in-person meeting in Central America soon. So we welcome that. So,
and you're welcome to host that here. We have lots of space. If Partners in Flight wants to host, Oliver knows we have a great space, and Claudia knows too. We have a beautiful space, and you're all welcome to come here. So come to Central America, come to Guatemala. It's very central, and we'll host you. And we have great food, really good food.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we appreciate it. We really appreciate the invitation. Gracias a todos. Vamos a tomar un descanso de 15 minutos y regresamos.
Thank you to everyone. We'll take a break for 15 minutes and we'll come back.
No se vayan, que viene la parte más interesante sobre el financiamiento. Bueno, todas han sido muy interesantes. Un momento.
Okay, we're welcome everyone. We've had some really inspirational conversations this afternoon. It was really great hearing from our different new partners in Central America and Mexico. A lot of good conversations and several good follow-ups that we need to look that we would like to work on based on these conversations, and we appreciate the input and the comments that have been made by all the participants during this afternoon. So we're gonna move on to our next session, and for that, Jen Davis, with our current chair of Partners in Flight, will moderate that. So I'm happy to hand it over to her. Jen.
Thanks, Edwin. Yeah, for this last session of the day, we really wanted to focus on, I don't know how many times it was brought up today, but funding capacity it's an issue, right? I think everybody would agree that fundraising for conservation is probably one of the hardest things to do. If we only had all the resources, we could accomplish so much. And so having this opportunity to connect the work that's being done on the ground, especially in Latin America, with funding opportunities that might not be readily available. And so just having that, just broadening the scope of what might be possible, what might be available, especially how to link your work with some funding priorities from from the US and Canada, I think is really important. There's some nuances and different ways to sell your work, for lack of a better word. And so we really wanted to, figure out a way to give as much information as we can in as little of time. So we're going to do this lightning round. I think this is we've done this twice now, I think, maybe 3 times. But we have 6 presenters from a whole swath of different types of funding opportunities. And really, our goal is to, hopefully something will be relevant to your work, or at least get you thinking about how you can link your work with different funding priorities, whether it's single species or multi-species or whole ecosystem services, just finding that right angle to link your work with different funding opportunities. Now, we do have a packed agenda, so there's not going to be a lot of time for questions at the end, but I welcome you to use the chat to reach out to presenters after they present. If you have questions or want to connect later, definitely do so, because we're going to throw a lot at you in this short amount of time. So without further ado, I'm going to pass off to our first presenter, Alfonso Hernandez Rios from BirdLife International. He's going to talk about Conserva Aves. Alfonso, if you are
Thank you very
ready.
much, Jennifer. Yes, let me share my screen.
Great.
Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes, it looks great.
Remote? Okay, perfect. All right, so thank you so much for the invitation. I'm going to be talking about, as Jennifer said, about Conserva Aves. This is a new initiative in Latin America led by the American Bird Conservancy, National Audubon Society, BirdLife International, and the Latin American and Caribbean Network of Environmental Funds. But what is Conserva Aves? So Conserva Aves, it's an initiative supporting the creation, management, and the sustainability, financial sustainability of subnational protected areas to safeguard threatened endemic and migratory birds. We see this initiative as participative, inclusive, innovative, visionary, and we try to make it dynamic to adapt to different geographies and territories where we are working. We have a growing network of partners, BirdLife partners in all of the countries where we are working or planning to work, Red Flag partners, environmental funds, and other organizations that are joining now. Our overall goals are to support the creation of at least 100 new local protected areas, subnational, to cover at least 2 million hectares in 9 countries of Latin America. And this is based on a successful model named Conserva Colombia. This is a program that was implemented during the last decade in that country. and that managed to support the creation of more than 90 protected areas in that country. So we are taking that model and expanding it to other countries in Latin America. But where specifically? We're from 9 countries from Mexico to Chile, including Belize, Guatemala, Panama in Central America, and Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia in South America. And specifically, what are we supporting? Well, as I was saying, the creation of new subnational protected areas, and we are doing that through a couple of financial mechanisms. The first one is a public request for proposals, and the second one is a mechanism for direct strategic investments. All of these proposals have a component on designation of protected areas or recognition in the case of OECMs, management and sustainability plans, 1 or 2 years of implementation of those plans, and a bird monitoring component, a monitoring component for the different parts of the project, but with emphasis on bird monitoring, where the focus is in community-based monitoring, and also we are doing some acoustic monitoring and piloting a project in 5 of the reserves that hopefully will be scaled up to the rest of the protected areas that are being supported. And these are the types of organizations that we have in mind that have been applying: indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant people, local communities, NGOs, and local governments. All of this is being strengthened by a capacity building scheme. Why a hemispheric approach? Well, we know that in the last decades, more than 3 billion birds have been lost, mostly from North America. Almost 600 species in Latin America are threatened, and habitats for those species are disappearing at an alarming rate in some of these countries. So that's the overall view of Conserva Aves. Now let me talk to you about the highlights for the first year. This program started more or less a year and a half ago, and we've been focusing on the tropical Andes, specifically in Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. So the first step was to define which areas will be supported, to go through this prioritization analysis, including aspects such as distribution of threatened species, migratory species, key biodiversity areas, Alliance for Extinction Sites, and places that are out of national protected areas systems. In the map that you can see in your right of your screen is an example for Colombia. After that, we launched in Colombia in October, launched the public request for proposals in Colombia in October of last year, received 35 proposals. And after a couple of financial, technical, and admin reviews, we selected 12 projects. In parallel, we've been working on the direct strategic investments. 24 sites have been detected in 4 countries. 13 sites have received a contract, such as the one that you can see on the right side of your screen. This is for the expansion of a reserve in Colombia named Montañerito Paisa, where the focal species is Antioquia brushfinch, which is a critically endangered bird. All of this is being supported by a strengthening management skills component or capacity building component. The first workshop was carried out just some days ago in Colombia, a workshop on project management with our first grantees. But we also have an online course on protected area management, and we're developing playbooks for each one of the countries on how to create those areas. And the next part of this component are trainings on communications, financial sustainability, environmental safeguards, as well as other key topics for the management of protected areas. And this is an example of how does a playbook looks like. This is for Colombia. It's named Guía para la Creación, Gestión y Financiamiento de Áreas Protegidas. So far, in total, we have been supporting 19 projects in Colombia. plus 5 more projects in Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. We are just starting the work in there, and likely, well, certainly that number is going to go up during the next months. And this is covering more than 300,000 hectares for migratory and critically endangered, and vulnerable bird species. So far, it benefited the species are more than 30 resident birds in different threatened categories, more than 30 declining migratory bird species, and this is just a preliminary analysis. We're still working on putting together all the data from the region. And this is an example of one of those species, the western wood pewee, that breeds and lives mostly in western North America and migrates to South America, specifically to the tropical Andes countries for overwintering. And here you can see a map for Colombia, and in purple are the priority sites for Conserva Aves, and in green are the projects that are being supported. So there is some match there. The idea is to keep protecting the habitat of these migratory species as well as of resident species. And what's next? What's coming? First, the public request for proposals in Peru, Ecuador, and Bolivia, more direct strategic investments that are under negotiation, and the work in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Panama. Those are in early stages. We're in the stage of raising funds, but it's something that we have on the agenda. So hopefully you can join us at some point in the tropical Andes. I'm based in Quito, and you are very, very welcome to visit us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alfonso. That was great. Yes, the Conserva Aves is a very ambitious and exciting program. The Antioquia brushfinch expansion was very exciting when that went through. So yes, thank you so much for that information. That's exciting to hear that you're expanding into other Latin American countries very soon.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm happy to be working with ABC. That was a great success on the Antioquia brushfinch expansion.
Yes, yes, definitely. We appreciate all of the support for the Antioquia brushfinch. All right, so if anybody has any comments or questions for Alfonso, definitely use the chat. In the interest of time, we're going to move to our next presenter. So we are actually already met Guy, folks, but from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Act. So Guy is going to walk us through that one.
Okay, do I just hit share screen, I guess?
Yep, go for it. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. All right, are you able to see it?
We're not looking at the presenter view just yet.
Okay, great. How about now?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, so Guy Fowles, I work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Act today. I think an important thing to realize is that this act is basically designed to help partnerships like Partners in Flight. I mean, it's written in the legislation that it's to support and foster international cooperation for the conservation of these species. And I'm going to try and go really quickly through this overview here. Basically, you can do just about anything you can think of to save a bird. And we spend most of our money outside of the US, so we focus on the wintering grounds. There's also a fairly large group of birds that we can help. 390 species are eligible. I'm going to sort of just leave this here, but you know, the main stickler that we'll get to is that there's a matching requirement of 3-to-1, which is a fairly steep match requirement that I'll talk to a little bit later on, how we're trying to make that easier. We're nearly at 700 projects since the beginning of the Neotrop program. Worked in just about every country I think in the hemisphere, with thousands of partners. So what I'm going to do now is focus a little bit on the applications and a couple of elements to our application process that that sort of key in on things that we've been discussing today so far and that you all have discussed in the days prior. But these are the selection criteria that we use to evaluate proposals. And you'll see within them, you know, a number of things like, you know, what are the highest priority species? You know, what international conservation plans are you addressing the components of? Are you working in important locations that are under a lot of threat? Is it a good cost for the benefit? We take into consideration issues of sustainability. What's your plan for the future to finance the project, and how durable are the actions that you're taking? Partnership is key, especially involvement of local communities. And then there are some other elements here that you can see, but I'm going to focus in on this particular one and highlight an area where it's important for applicants to focus, at least in certain details. And Partners in Flight has tools that you at your disposal to help illustrate that the species that you're proposing to work on are high priorities. So one of the first references to consider are the birds of conservation concern list that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service produced. It was updated in 2021. It identifies 269 taxa that are important, and there are 81 of them that are considered by the legislation to be neotropical migratory bird species, which is good and bad. It's bad because there's lots of species, right, that are in trouble. Good, because it means you're probably working somewhere where one of these exists. So the neotrop is an opportunity for you. But it's important to realize that that list was based on, at least the foundation for it, were key prioritization schemes, whether it was the State of the Birds watch list or the ACAD tool. We also highlight road to recovery species. So these are the ones where, you know, Georgetown University and partners are focusing in on, you know, knowledge gaps that we have for those species. But the important point here is that you need to refer to these prioritization schemes in your proposals to make the case and underscore, you know, why they are the species that are most important to be worked upon or, you know, supported. This is just a quick example. We've been working and supporting projects for a lot of these species already, and we track how much we're investing in each species. And so focusing on birds of conservation concern is a prudent strategy. It doesn't mean that we won't fund common birds, you know, in that conservation, but we definitely prioritize birds of conservation concern. So I'm going to take you to another element that we've been discussing and that has come up already a few times today, in particular focusing in on these criteria. So priority species, international conservation plans, high threat, a direct benefit to the population, a good project design. You know, where can you find all of this information? You can find it in conservation investment strategies. So for instance, this is an example of the Pacific America Shorebird Conservation Strategy. But in 2013, Partners in Flight, you know, initiated the effort to jumpstart land bird conservation investment strategies. And there are a number of them that exist, you know, that can be great starting points for designing the interventions that you want to see. Or if you're working in an area, catering your actions to the priorities of these conservation investment strategies. So just to sort of revisit, what's kind of amazing about the conservation investment strategies is that if you've read them and are trying to implement and deliver them, they will set you up for success in terms of your proposal to the NEOTROP program. So I'm going to take you through a real quick thought exercise of an example of how this works, right? And this might be obvious to all of you all, but this really is sort of the basic model that we're looking for in a neotrop proposal. The story, so I'll use an example from the pine oak habitat, right? So, habitat loss is a problem for golden cheek warblers. So the story is, well, how do you solve that? Well, you put more habitat on the landscape, and the proposal might identify 100 hectares is going to be restored. And then the plans identify where, and in fact, the previous presentation just was an example of identifying where we need to be working that makes the biggest difference for these species. So if your proposal's in one of those areas, that's going to make it a stronger proposal. And then there was an example even earlier today about, assessing, the number of birds, the percentage of a population that might benefit by the number of hectares of habitat you're restoring. This is measuring the impact of our investments at a population level. It doesn't matter even if it's thinking about it from a wintering population perspective. That's absolutely fine. And then where it helps us as a funding program is that these plans identify these habitat goals. And so we know, okay, this particular proposal is moving us a certain distance towards the goal identified in the conservation investment strategy for that particular intervention type, which is habitat restoration. So the point at the bottom here is that it's really important to ensure that you've made a strong case that links the work that you're proposing to the species needs. And that's where the conservation investment strategies, I believe, can really help you make your case. So with the minute that I have left, I'm going to revisit this supporting and fostering international cooperation for conservation. So I want to take you through another quick thought exercise about a potential solution, how we can partner within Partners in Flight, within the partnerships that are supporting these conservation investment strategies. So imagine in this flyway, you've got an investment of $2 million in the Delaware Bay for red knot. And then there's 3 sites also important to red knot in the wintering grounds where international partners are investing. You've got $3 million there invested, assuming it's non-federal match. That allows you to potentially leverage $1 million of neotrop funding that could be invested on those wintering grounds. Okay, so with my last 20 seconds, I'm gonna take you to matching contribution savings plans. And what I encourage you to do is go to our application instructions or shoot me an email and ask about matching contribution savings plans. This is my Swainson's thrush telling me that my 10 minutes is up, but I'm going to leave it at this. Essentially, this is an opportunity where partners throughout the hemisphere can use investments in real property, so protecting habitat, large investments to potentially leverage future NMBCA proposals on wintering ground sites that benefit the birds that were the ones that benefited from the property acquisition. And with that, I'll wrap up since I know we're tight on time.
That's great, Guy. Thank you so much. Those are very helpful tips for folks who are looking at applying for an NMBCA. And I know sometimes they're very daunting and can be challenging to go through. So having these resources is very helpful. So thank you so much for that.
Yes, and we are friendly people, so please reach out to us with questions. We want to chat about proposals, and you can get in touch with us through any of those emails. Thanks again.
That's great. Thanks again, Guy. All right, so our next talk is from Santiago Aparicio. Did I pronounce your name right, Santiago? I apologize if I didn't. From Audubon Americas, and he's going to be talking about the Americas Flyway Initiative. So go ahead, Santiago.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer. Yes, you pronounce perfectly my name, my affiliation. I am affiliated to the 3 organizations, to Audubon, BirdLife, and CAP. So I'm the manager of America's Flyway Initiative on behalf of the 3 organizations. Okay. Well, I was preparing this space and thinking what's the best way to get advantage of these 10 minutes. There is a lot of people that have maybe already heard the initiative, as Guy and others. I will go quickly through the initiative and then open the space to see if there is any question that I need to solve. My target with the presentation is to invite you to identify possible projects that can be financed by this initiative. So just have that in mind. Well, the America's Flyway Initiative departs from the need to begin explaining others how the canary in the mine exists in the financial world, how we can really begin understanding what birds are saying, to begin really anticipating to critical moments in human health and in development crisis in general. So as everyone here knows, this is an audience of experts. We are having critical moments in terms of biodiversity degradation, specifically talking about birds. We have more than 559 species threatened with extinction on the continent. It's a fact that in all the 8 in this flyway of the America's Flyway, that is 1 out of the 8 flyways, we are having critical challenges. This initiative is inspired by an initiative that BirdLife is already moving forward with the Asian Development Bank on the Australasian Flyway. That is the one that is the flyway that goes from Russia to Australia. So we are like sister initiatives. The key element here, everyone knows the wonders of the migratory birds, but an important element on the initiative is how this initiative can contribute to the country's integration, how countries can have and be see the need to collaborate to tackle a hemispheric problem and a hemispheric issue that like the migration of birds. The point here, as I was mentioning, is okay, how we can get advantage of the birds as an indicator species. The development banks always have like the challenge of really understanding where they are going to invest $1 and where they are going to have higher returns of investment. What our hypothesis here is, if we really began investing and in the critical places for birds all along the hemisphere, the banks will have higher returns of investments. When you analyze the critical sites for birds, are critical sites also in terms of climate change and in terms of development. So if we make an investment in those like golden spots, we can call them like that, we would have higher returns. So usually the banks are asking what's the best place to invest. So here we are suggesting, and that's what called the attention to CAF, that is the Development Bank of Latin America, that birds will guide the investments. Birds are the ones that will guide the investments. The alliance, America's Flyway Initiative, is an alliance of 3 partners. So we have BirdLife, Audubon, that are the ones that give the state-of-the-art science to CAF, that is the Latin American Development Bank, that is a bank that is really robust, so that you have an idea. CAF invests $16 billion per year, yeah, and they have the challenge of turning into the Green Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and they have the goal of mobilizing $25 billion to 2026. Okay, so this is
Santiago?
the alliance. Yeah.
I just want to chime in because I don't think your slides are advancing. I'm not sure if you're showing us slides, but we're still stuck on the canary in the coal mine.
Oh, thank you for telling me
Sorry.
that it's okay. Let me check what is happening here. Maybe I'm sharing again. Are you seeing
Okay,
it?
now, yep, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Thank you. So we have the as I was mentioning, this is the alliance between the three parts. So out of an umbrella puts the science and puts an additional element that is key, is the capillarity. So this helps that the identification of projects can come grassroots, because CAF projects usually come more from a bottom-up approach. So this is really important, so that the projects that we identify has like accountability and a lot of constituents. Well, I'm not going to show this magnificent flight. Everyone knows this is the Bird Explorer platform. We have two categories of projects that is key on the initiative. We have, this initiative has two, this initiative is going to be implemented by a financial mechanism that will identify projects, give technical assistance, and finance the projects with resources from CAF that are going to be loans to the governments and resources from other sources. So we are here having a blended finance approach. And this is what we call like the PPF, like the project preparation facility, like a gateway with these three functions. And which projects are we going to finance? So we have two huge categories. One category is nature-based solutions with a focus on natural climate solutions. And the other category is bird-friendly infrastructure projects. So here we are talking about bird-friendly buildings, bird-friendly energy transmission lines, bird-friendly solar energy farms, etc. Yeah. So these are the two kind of projects. We have two sizes of projects. So we are talking about medium projects that goes from $5 million to $25 million and $25 million to $50 million. Those are the two tickets. Our plan is to implement this initiative over 10 years and conserve and manage 30 large landscapes and seascapes as natural climate solutions, establish an innovative funding mechanism, the one I already mentioned, and elevate communications, monitoring, and governance along the flyways. So this is the main elements I want to show. I'm going to project also a detail quickly about the type of projects, yeah, more specifically that you can see. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to find the correct file, so that you can have the whole idea. Are you still seeing my screen here?
You're not sharing anything currently.
Okay, so it's here. Then you have it here. There you are. So these are the two. These are the types, the specific types of projects. The two categories I mentioned you. Yeah. So that you have in mind the specifics. So we have projects of infrastructure, of safe water access, urban infrastructure, linear infrastructure, solid waste management projects, clean energy projects. And in the second category of nature-based solutions, we have restoration, conservation, protection, coastal management, sustainable agriculture, and aquaculture. So those are the key in the projects. So I will close there and again make the invitation so that if anyone has any interest in proposing a project, then we can have a further talk. The initiative, the leader of the initiative inside BirdLife is Ian Davidson, that I know that a lot of people here in the room knows Ian, and he's also in the room. And also Aurelio Ramos is the leader from Audubon Americas. Okay, so thank you very much, Jennifer.
Yes, thank you, Santiago. That is a really exciting and very ambitious project. And yeah, looking at it hemispheric wide, and especially with the community aspect of what people need in order to thrive and survive, and making sure that that's bird friendly. So thank you so much. That was very interesting.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Jennifer,
it.
for the invitation.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so now we're going to move on to hear from Andres Anchondo from American Bird Conservancy. He's working on impact investing, and a lot of that money is going on the ground for conservation in Latin America. So Andres, take it away.
Thank you, Jen. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon and buenas tardes a todos. I'm going to be presenting in Spanish, but the nice thing is that I use the guidance we got from the American Ornithological Society last year to prepare slides, bilingual slides. So most of the text or the text in black will be in English for English speakers. So buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Andres
Good
Anchondo.
afternoon to everyone. My name is Andres Anchondo, and I'm the Associate Director of Impact Investing in Latin America and the Caribbean and the American Bird Conservancy. And I'll be talking today about impact investing and how we're using this financing mechanism to invest in conservation of migratory birds in Latin America and the Caribbean. First, I'd like to start with an anecdote. When I've presented this to our partners at ABC, I shared the exact same presentation, and one of our partners in Latin America said, "We're very good at spending money, but not at making money. So this initiative is not for us." This is a very useful tool for financing conservation activities, and especially for projects that have the goal of fundraising. We've all heard, we all know that there's a lack of financing to finance everything that we need to do in conservation. This report, which was published about 10 years ago, is one of the best ones that describes and demonstrates the gap between what's needed for conservation work and what exists. It points to a gap of $300 billion. Now, what can we do as a result? How can we close the gap between what we need and what is available? This graph represents the different sources of financing that we have. Donations through philanthropy on the left-hand side, all the way to traditional investments, which are done at the stocks, in the stock market, stock exchange in New York. We have a very interesting sector, which are impact investors. I recently heard the term business philanthropy. Those who are dedicating to helping businesses that will help the environment. Now, what's the difference between impact investors and traditional investors? They're both looking at financial returns, but they're willing to sacrifice some of that financial return in the place of environmental or social returns. Now I'll share with you what we've been doing at ABC and what we've learned during the past 4 years. What are the barriers to attract impact investment? There are 3 main challenges. One is time. Conservation projects take time. They require time in order to start creating resources that will lead to returns and benefits. Also, the size is a challenge. Some projects are very small and therefore not interesting. to investors. When we're creating a project, we should also consider what might be of interest to an investor. And thirdly, risk. Agricultural projects, forest projects are considered high-risk projects, especially in areas where climate change will have a significant impact in the future. Now, what are some alternatives that we've been considering in ABC? This photo is one of our pilot projects in Guatemala. In this project, we're restoring the environment with cardamom. These cardamom projects are very interesting. We include native shade trees, these ones that I'm pointing here, which provide shade to the cardamom plant, and the cardamom plant itself. The tree is going to grow. Some of them could be harvested, but not all of them, because that's not the goal of conservation. But that will represent a source of income. And then 3 years later, the cardamom plant will also start to produce fruit, and that will also generate income. So we have short-term sources of financing, 3 years, and longer-term sources, which are the trees in 15 years, which is how long it takes for them to mature. And during this process of restoration, and once the trees are mature, we can create that connection, those biological corridors, which are important for birds and other animals that need to move from different segments of forests or from one forest to another. This is the same project. Here we can see cattle pasture that's been restored. And then the same photo several years afterwards, we can see that although it's only been 3 years between these two photos, the trees have grown significantly and the cardamom plants are already producing. What do we do at ABC? What's our experience and what are we doing to support these projects? We are supporting with seed capital. We're supporting productive projects that are important for migratory birds. At ABC, we define them as birdscapes. We've identified those important areas for neotropic birds, migratory or not, and we look for projects there. We support with seed capital in order to start the project, to launch the project, or we also support by hiring experts to develop financial models, business models that will guide the project and bring it to financial and environmental success. We promote best practices, best agricultural practices, and the idea is that those practices will be implemented in the field in order to benefit the birds. And for those businesses that are already implementing best practices, we connect them with specialized markets. In the next slide, I'll show you an example of that. We're constantly monitoring our projects in order to follow up with the impact on the animals, on the fauna. And the idea is that this pilot project can grow to a much broader scale. So that project of 20, 50 hectares could be thousands of hectares. And that's the goal with private investment. Here are 2 examples. In Honduras, we work in one of the most remote parts of Honduras, in the Mosquitia, with cacao producers. And we also work with a local business that buys cacao from the producers and supports them with technical assistance. The cacao producers, during the past few years, have been implementing best practices. And that represents an alternative to deforestation, to cattle, and it's an important support for the cacao business. We help them connect with a business in the United States that buys cacao from remote places. They buy the cacao at a price that's higher than the market price. And therefore, those high prices reflect on a positive impact on the producers, and that encourages them to continue implementing best practices because they see an economic benefit, and it is also an important implementation that benefits migratory birds. Now, a second project is a cardamom project in Colombia. And what we did there was to bring a specialist in a cardamom producer who trained the producers in Colombia. And through that exchange of knowledge and information, the workers in Colombia started to improve their practices. The experience that they were able to learn from the Guatemalan expert helped them to improve their production. Guatemala is the country that produces the most cardamom and exports the most cardamom. There's a high level of knowledge in terms of cardamom in Guatemala. Now, to summarize my presentation, what do we need? What do we need to attract that investment? First of all, we need to have an idea that can be translated into a business model and a finance model that explains what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, how much it's going to cost, and how much we're going to make from the project. We need to have a registered company that can receive that investment. The example that I gave you at the beginning with our partners, that is a nonprofit organization, and they weren't interested in the business part. Therefore, they weren't registered and couldn't receive an investment. And then we can start with capital, with seed capital, and a pilot project, which will help us to test the idea to determine whether it works or not. Once we have more experience working with the project and have seen what works and what doesn't, we start looking with an investor in order to scale that project. Oftentimes, the project doesn't have to begin from the very first step. The business might already be established, it might already have a pilot project, and they're only interested in receiving support from the investor in order to grow the size of their project. Once they invest in the project, it's very important to continue monitoring the impact on the project in order to have a record of that impact. And then that investment is paid off. And then the goal is that the project, that it is sufficiently profitable to continue investing in conservation. And lastly, I'd like to say that this initiative on impact investing is part of the Birds Plus program of the American Bird Conservancy. We're promoting agricultural best practices. We're connecting projects with investors, and in the next few years, we will be developing a Birds Plus index. This is an index that will be where we'll be using cameras to record birds, and the recordings, they might be either cameras or audio recorders, and we'll use those with audio software to understand the impact of our project on the birds. I'd like to open up, if you have any questions or any comments, please feel free to get in touch with me. You can send me an email and I would be delighted to continue the conversation. Thank you to everyone. I'll be very interested in responding to your questions.
Thank you, Andres. That's great. It's always good if you can partner habitat production and restoration with, an economically viable and sustainable model. And that's exactly what y'all are doing, especially with your cardamom and cacao examples there. So yes, if anybody has any project for Andres, please feel free to to reach out to him. I'm sure he would love to work. And I just wanted to say, I love the term business philanthropy. I think that's great. Put your money where your ethics are, right? Thanks again, Andres. I appreciate it. Right. Let's move on to our next speaker. We have Susan Stein, who's joining us from USDA Forest Service, and she's going to talk about our the Forest Service International Program. So Susan.
Hi, everyone. 1 second, and I'll share my screen here. Nice to meet you all. I'm a new member of the Migratory Species team, so this is my first time presenting to a group. So I'm excited to be here with you all today.
We're excited to have you. Thanks for joining.
I am normally the one behind the scenes managing the Zoom and not the one sharing my screen, so it's causing me a few hiccups right now.
This is the least technical difficulties I think we've had all day, so no worries. It's par for the course.
Apologies here. I'm going to stop it. It keeps switching where my PowerPoint is, so I'm just going to share it while it's not pretty, and then we'll display it afterwards, and hopefully it'll work. Okay, so let's hope that when I press presentation, you all see it in presentation mode. You're not seeing in presentation mode, are you?
I'm not
You're
seeing
it in
a
the,
screen at all. You're not sharing.
Really? Okay. Okay, are you all seeing a blank Forest Service screen?
Now we are, yes.
Okay. Let's do this. Can you now see my very nice slideshow?
Yes, I see monarchs.
Okay, great. Well, technical apologies, sorry. So again, my name is Susan Stein. I work for the U.S. Forest Service on our international programs team, and I'll be talking to you about our migratory species program. I'm a new member of the migratory species team. Many of you probably know Jim Chu and Greg Butcher. Greg Butcher retired at the end of last year, and so I'm one of the new members filling in the gap that I think is unfillable in Greg's absence, but we're going to try. And I formerly was working on our Latin America and Caribbean regional team, and I'll speak a little bit about the overlap between migratory species and our regional team at the end. And before I worked at the Forest Service, I was at the Inter-American Foundation, which is another U.S. government agency that provides funding to grassroots organizations in Latin America for development. And I'll share their information in the chat after my presentation. So if anyone's interested in learning more about how their application process works, you can find out more information there. A little bit more about the Forest Service. So who is the Forest Service? The Forest Service is a land management agency managing around 10% of the U.S. land area for multiple uses. That could be timber harvesting, fishing, recreation. We're often confused with the National Park Service. They have a more wilderness mandate. We do have some areas where wilderness occurs and we don't do any other uses, but that's not our principal mandate. We've been working internationally since 1902, essentially since the founding of the Forest Service. We've been partnering with groups overseas to build capacity. And today we work collaboratively to promote sustainable forest management and biodiversity conservation in more than 90 countries around the globe. And our migratory species team works with a wide range of issues of significant interest for U.S. migratory species. And just some additional facts. We are very lucky to be able to leverage the natural resources specialists we have in the Forest Service, which number over 30,000. A lot of those are fire management specialists. As you know, fire season here in the U.S. is never ending. As I said, we work in over 90 countries, and that 10% of U.S. land translates to 193 million acres or 78 million hectares of forest and grasslands. So we're not just about the trees, we also support grasslands as well. More about our migratory species program. Our mission specifically is to prevent migratory species
Hey,
from
Susan,
becoming limited. Oh,
I'm sorry
Go
to
ahead.
interrupt. The interpreters asked if you could speak a little slower, please.
No, no problem. My apologies. I'll go slower. And I should have mentioned at the start, I'm also a Spanish speaker. So if anyone has questions for me, feel free to write them in either language in the chat or email me afterwards on whatever language is most useful for you. So our mission is to prevent migratory species from becoming listed under the U.S. Endangered Species Act and decrease the number of species currently listed. An example of this would be the Kirkland's warbler, which was just delisted in 2019. It's a species we've worked to protect along with many, many others. And after coordinated work over 47 years, it became delisted. So we recognize that this work does not happen overnight. It's a long-term commitment to protect these species. And so what species do we work with? Apologies that this slide is not in Spanish. I will do my best to convey everything that's on here for our interpreters. So we have 5 thematic areas that we work in. The first is our Migratory Shorebirds program, which is primarily done through the Copper River International Migratory Bird Initiative, CRIMBY. And you can see that in lime green along the Pacific coast between Alaska and Argentina down at the bottom. And we have some of the species that we work with include red knots and sandpipers and several more listed there, yellowlegs. Our second thematic area is forest birds, which is in darker green, more along the eastern coast of the US, and that includes the Kirkland's warbler that I mentioned, also the Bicknell's thrush. We also work on hummingbirds, although those are more on the west coast with you all. We are part of the Western Hummingbird Partnership, and we support work on cuckoos. Our third category is grassland birds, and so that's where our 20 national grasslands that we manage as part of the Forest Service come into play. And so we support the management of the birds that are found on those national grasslands in the Central and South America as well. And those include plovers and longfurs. And then moving away from migratory birds, we also support the migration of other species, including bats. And so we work with partners in Mexico on two bat species, the Mexican long-nosed bat and the Luscious long-nosed bat. And then what's not shown here, but I have noted in the corner with the butterfly, is we have a program to support the conservation of monarch butterflies, which we do anticipate is going to be listed as an endangered species soon. And so we're trying to do our most with partners to prepare for that listing and the next steps afterwards. So how does all this work happen? It's with partnerships. A lot of those partnerships include education and outreach, science education and training on migratory birds throughout the Caribbean is one example. We work with Birds America there. We support shorebird festivals all along the Pacific flyways. I think we have some folks from Latin America and the Caribbean going up to Alaska to see some of the festivals we host there. So a great exchange of knowledge. And we support World Migratory Bird Day activities, which here in North America is happening next month. So more about what we look at with the grants that we provide. And I should say, I should have said earlier that most of our programming is small grants programming to local NGOs in Latin America and the Caribbean. Although we do work with some US-based NGOs that provide support across the region as well. And so what we support via our grants is pretty broad. We cover a lot of topics. If you can give us a good reason why we should support you, I think we can fit it into one of these categories. But they're principally to protect and restore critical habitat, support research and monitoring. So on that last slide, I'll go back to the last slide briefly. You know, it's only been recently that we've realized that shorebirds are going into the Amazon, and we still need to learn more about what's going on there with the shorebirds that we're finding in the Amazon. So we like to support research and monitoring that can help us identify where are the birds going on their flyways, where are their important stopover sites, and that feeds into the protection and restoration of critical habitat. We support community outreach and education. As some have commented, it's essential to get the communities around these protected areas involved to ensure the longevity and success of our programs. Training and capacity building. This can happen at the local level, getting communities involved, but it can also happen with our NGO partners, bringing folks from Latin America and the Caribbean up to the US to either work with partners at the National Forest or work with other international NGOs based in the US on banding trainings, Motus Tower construction, and other related activities. As I said earlier, we primarily work with local NGO partners. Right now we have about 25 NGO partners that we're supporting, and our partnerships are long-term. Our Pacific Flyways work has been going on for 11 years now. You know, Kirkland's warbler, it took 47 years to get off the endangered species list. We recognize this isn't an overnight, this work doesn't happen overnight, and we're committed in the long term. And we're currently looking at establishing more partnerships with the grasslands to connect the flyway more. And that goes to my last point about connecting partners along the flyways, including Forest Service staff and researchers. You know, a lot of us only work in one part of the world. And so when you only get to see the bird half the year, it's tough to imagine what's going on the other half of the year, what's going on in its wintering season, what's going on in summer. And so getting folks together to discuss what they're seeing on the ground on both ends and along all the stopways is really important for a better understanding of what are the needs for these birds and what are the needs for our partners who are working on the other end of that life cycle. And then briefly, I'll talk about our regional programs. So migratory species is part of the Office of International Programs, and that also includes other thematic topics such as our policy team, which helps inform on international laws. We also have an illegal logging team, but then the majority of our office works on distinct regional teams, and the largest of those regional teams is our Latin America and Caribbean regional team. And so we work from Mexico all the way down to Argentina on different projects, and those vary from illegal logging, disaster response and assistance, fire prevention and management, climate change, watershed, rangeland and protected areas management, invasive species, and ecotourism. Anything that Forest Service can bring to the table with natural resources management, we're supporting partners overseas. And that is both government partners and NGO partners. The majority of our whole office's funding, not just migratory species, does not come from the Forest Service. It actually comes from other U.S. agencies who partner with us because they recognize the Forest Service's expertise and connections that we have in the region. So we get funding from
Hi,
USAID.
Susan. I'm sorry. They're asking you to speak a little slower again.
Sorry, apologies.
It's okay.
So our partners include USAID, Department of Defense, State Department, even NASA sometimes provides us funding to work in these countries. And our migratory species team has the benefit of getting to leverage the expertise of our regional partners with our NGO partners. So for example, we have partners in the Caribbean, in Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, who have grants for migratory species, but they're also doing fire management and restoration work with our Caribbean program. Our Mexico program works a lot with Pronatura Sur and several of the other Pronaturas who are here today. And those are just a couple of the examples of the overlap between our two programs. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
That's great, Susan. I didn't actually realize the breadth of the scope of all the things that the international programs does. So thank you for that. That was really helpful. Appreciate you joining. Thanks for all the speakers in this session. Wendy Easton has so graciously given up her time so we can close on time today. So thanks, Wendy. We'll hear from you next time. Claudia, would you like to take a few minutes to wrap up this session, and then I'll wrap up the entire meeting at the end. Is Claudia still with us?
Sí, aquí,
There you go.
aquí
Great.
estoy.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Well, this has been a long day, very intense, full of proposals. We've looked at a lot of challenges. We've shown some successes, and we're very excited about the diversity and all the topics that were discussed. Thank you to everyone. We will establish contact with everyone, and we'll seek to continue implementing these ideas. And of course, we need support that's the spirit of the work, certainly. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. And with that, I'll close my portion of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Well, this has been a whirlwind week for meetings. There were so many great discussions, presentations, and conversations on the side. And I think that's one of the best things about having these meetings is getting fresh perspective and hearing from colleagues that we don't often get to talk with. So thank you for everybody who participated. Thank you for all the presenters today and throughout the week. We heard some really great talks, and there's so many inspiring projects and collaborations that are already happening across the West here. And it's really, it's invigorating for me to hear what everybody is doing and how we could potentially work together in the future. So thank you for all the presenters. Thank you for all the moderators throughout the week who helped keep us on time. I would also like to give a special shout out to Elva and KBO for the tech support. Thank you so much. We would have been lost without you. So thank you, Elva, for all of your support this week. The executive committee for Partners in Flight Western Working Group put a lot of work in the, behind the scenes, pulling together these agendas and really thinking about the topics. So thank you, everyone, especially Edwin Juarez, who was helping fill in for me this morning and throughout the week. So thank you so much for all of your hard work. We have amazing local hosts in Nevada. So I definitely want to give another big heartfelt thank you to Great Basin Bird Observatory and Elizabeth Ammon and her team for all the work assisting with the logistics on the ground. And Kevin Des Roberts from the Desert National Wildlife Refuge and all of his staff who are helping with the great venue and the beautiful area that I saw for a day. I'm really grateful that I got to go down there in person. And lastly, but certainly not least, I want to thank all the participants. Thanks for everybody who joined today and throughout the week, who contributed with conversations and questions and chat. This is really, it's really incubators, I think, this type of communication. It's incubators for a future collaboration. And I felt that today and throughout the week, that I think everybody is getting those little sparks of inspiration of what we can do and how we can work together. And really with our forces combined, we can have such a larger impact. So thank you to everyone joining us today and throughout the week. And I also want to extend a very warm welcome to all of the new Partners in Flight participants who've joined us for the first time this week. We are, I think as has been said several times today, we're open door, very open to anybody and everybody who wants to participate in any capacity. So thank you so much for joining us. And if there's anything that you need from us, please let us know and reach out to any one of us that have been on the call today or throughout the week. And, with our powers combined, I think we can do good. And so I think bird conservation is in a good place with everybody, with all hands on deck that we have. So thank you so much. The next meeting we will have in the fall, we do not have a date or time set up yet, but we will be planning that soon. We will have an in-person location that's yet to be determined. So I will send out emails to the Western Working Group listserv. So if anybody is not on that list, I think the chat was shared earlier today. If not, we can put it in the chat to sign up for that listserv, and I will send out an email with a save the date when we have the location and the time. And then hopefully we can all get together again in the fall and have another great session of collaboration and dinners and all the things that come in the in-person meetings. And virtual as well. The virtual aspect has been really great to engage a lot of people, and I certainly benefited from it being in person and then back virtual. So I think it's great. We definitely had some technical issues, but that's par for the course, and I think it's still worked out really well. So thank you, everyone. And unless there's anything else from anyone, I will officially close this meeting. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. For the people in Nevada and Las Vegas, enjoy your birding excursion tomorrow morning. We all remote wish we were there. We're with you in spirit. So thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thanks also to our interpreters that have that helped
Yes.
us. It's exceptional. It really
Mhm.
helps with communications, and we appreciate the patience as we kind of work through the technical difficulties. But I think it brings a different, a much richer conversations with partners throughout the region. So we really appreciate their work.
Yes, thank you so much, Edwin, for that. We definitely we benefited from having the interpreters and the hard work that y'all put in. So thank you.
All right, we're done. Close.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good one.
Sí. Gracias.
Thank you.